capital that maybe are going to be replaced in 6 months by a bot.
It's not a good look. Think about the commencement speech we saw over the weekend.
All the boos.
From the former Google boss and a host of other individuals as well, getting booed by the graduate class of 2026.
So you have these luminaries stand up on the stage and say, look, the future is going to be bright. What's happening in technology is going to be amazing. This is like an industrial revolution time. And the students are sitting there and they're booing. Do you know why? They're worried about job prospects. They're seeing their job prospects basically be evaporated by Claude, Google, Gemini, and the like.
Speaking of technology, the JP Morgan Global Technology Conference taking place in Boston. That's where Bramo is this morning. We'll catch up with Lisa a little bit later this morning, 6:30 Eastern Time. Kevin Brunner, the Global Chair of Technology over at JP Morgan. Do not miss that conversation. Equity futures this morning on the S&P slightly lower. We're down by 0.4%. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth as tech stocks slide. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall as President Trump calls off fresh attacks on Iran. And Jeff Curry of Abax Markets on the next commodity super cycle. We begin this hour with stocks struggling to rally following back-to-back losses. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth writing equities became overbought and narrow with an upside driven by a small cohort of names. This was a recipe for a pause in the recent powerful moves. Cameron joins us now for more. Cam, good morning.
Good morning.
Is that what this is, just a pause, or something more than that?
Well, it's perfectly normal and perfectly prudent to see markets pause after having what was a very parabolic advance in a narrow cohort of names that were driving the vast majority of the upside in the overall market because they became such a huge weight in the index. And we were seeing certain extremes in some of this trading. You saw flows into leverage ETFs, option flows being very extreme, and you also saw this narrowness really not be consistent with an overall new high-end market. So it made this fragile. We think it is a pause, but at the end of the day, when you have an over 18% weight in a cohort of names that went vertically up, a simple correction in those names back to trend could be damaging for the overall market cap weighted index.
Where do you think the bond market fits into this? New numbers again this morning. We're back to 460, 30s pushing 520 now, getting closer at 515 and up 2 basis points today. Where does that fit into your outlook?
I think that equity markets were able to ignore the bond market and ignore oil as well for a period of time when it was effectively re-rating semiconductors after a huge upside move in those earnings, meaning that the earnings were moving up so much that you had the ability to look through everything else. Now you've effectively reset the earnings, you've reset the valuations on those semiconductor names, and so now the overall equity market has to look around and say, is this valuation consistent with a 10-year at 4.6%? And what does that 10-year tell us? Because it's not necessarily just because growth is coming in a little bit better than expected. It's also because inflation is coming in hotter. What does that mean for policy? What does that mean for financial conditions?
Well, let's get to the policy call. So I mentioned the name over at Citi, Jim McCormick. Of course, Andrew Hollenhorst will have his own view on things. I think they're still looking for 3 rate cuts. But from the market's perspective, do you think we're underpricing a rate hike, and a rate hike that might come this year?
Yeah, the work screen shows a 62% chance of a rate hike by the end of the year. You have a 2-year yield that's now about 30 basis points above the Fed funds rate. So we've been saying it's not a very warm, warsh welcome because that's a really tough position to be in when you are expected to cut rates. Now, there has been a little bit of an easing in some of the commentary we think coming out of Trump about the urgency to cut rates.
Can't find it on here.
Means that we had been talking about the potential that Warsh could be pushed to dissent at his first meeting, which would be absolutely wild, a bit unprecedented. It seems like he now has a bit more wiggle room to say, given the movement higher in inflation, given the ability for unemployment to remain stable around 4.3%, that we don't have that same urgency. It really depends on whether or not you see inflation metastasize throughout the overall economy.
Another sleep-deprived
pull up in a more meaningful way that could get them to hike rates. We think for now it's a hold.
Just want to be consistent with this.
So potentially maybe that's why the president is lowering the temperature in terms of the rhetoric, but at the same time he's going to be there without a Steve Myron. Who would line up with him in terms of a dissent? Yeah, it's a really good question because he's taking Myron's seat, so we effectively remove a dovish dot from the dot plot, assuming that the dot plot does stay around, but it does move the center of gravity of the Fed over into a more hawkish stance, which just puts him in a tougher position to be able to get everybody to coalesce around his views. You know, the question we have is whether the bond market believes in their willingness to defend the 2% inflation
target. The thing that continues to catch our eye, look at 10-year break-evens. They're at the highest level they've been since 2022. They've moved up by about 30 basis points. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot for break-even since the start of the war. So the bond market seems to have a lot more consternation that maybe this new Fed isn't as serious as getting inflation back to that 2% target.
If the war persists, are they going to be forced to hike and not just look through this?
It depends, again, on the metastasizing of this inflation. If we continue to see inflation really just be in that headline number where it remains contained in energy prices, we do expect it to move into food prices, but not show up in other portions of inflation measures, then they can have this potential to look through it. It really depends, I think, also on wage growth as well. That's really the ability for higher inflation to be passed on and into other areas. And what we're seeing now is that wage growth remains anemic because the job market isn't necessarily as robust for new jobs. But the problem you have for consumers in that environment is that real wage growth is now negative. And so as you think about the consumption outlook through the end of the year, you have effectively little upside for consumers simply because real wage growth is negative. You're seeing that in the way that markets are trading as well. Equal weight discretionary versus staples is rolling over, and you're seeing a concomitant cut in consumer household consumption forecasts within GDP. They've gone from 2.1% to 1.8%. So the market is pricing in some of this consumer worry.
Do you think a lack of clarity around the incoming Fed chair and his personal view on his reaction function, so to speak, do you think that's complicating things as well?
I think it is to an extent. I mean, the old phrase is that the bond market always tests a new Fed chair, and potentially he was more dovish in the interviews and will be more hawkish going into it. But at the end, once he's in the seat, but this is a global phenomenon. Look at what you see, of course, with UK yields, Japanese yields. I thought that the Japanese GDP data was really interesting. It came in hot on real GDP. The GDP deflator came in hot. So you effectively have nominal GDP in Japan at 5.5% with a 2.8% 10-year Japanese yield. So as much as we're talking about what's going on with the Fed, the reality is this is a global bond market that has a lower and lower appetite for duration.
Japan, the UK, Germany, it's not just the US. Cam, it's good to see you. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth is going to be sticking with us to respond to what's happening over in the Middle East in just a moment. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Good morning. President Donald Trump calling off what he says were planned strikes on Iran for today. Trump saying Gulf allies asked for more time to seek a diplomatic resolution, adding the U.S. remains prepared to attack if an acceptable deal is not reached. Home Depot shares are higher in the pre-market. The company did beat estimates on net sales in the first quarter. Sales at locations open at least a year, though, rising just 0.6%, and that missed estimates. Home Depot's core business has faced high housing prices and a pullback on customers taking on larger projects. Standard Chartered says it's replacing, quote, lower value human capital with technology. CEO Bill Winters saying the bank will cut more than 15% of its back office roles over the next 4 years. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
I don't think you need to call McKinsey to fix that one. Vonnie, thank you. Just get in a room and come up with a better name than that.
Yeah.
A better phrase.
That's not a good phrase. Whoever decided to give that advice to the CEO, I'm sorry to say it, that person should be fired. Maybe AI would have given him a better response,
phrase than that,
honestly.
Yeah. That's not a good look. Up next on the programme, holding fire against Iran.
Well, other countries have come to me and they've said we were getting ready to do a very major attack tomorrow. I put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever.
Up next, we'll catch up with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Kicking off earnings from the
Okay, it took me a second to get set up here, but it's coming along. It's coming along. I'm doing my best, guys. Hardly any sleep. I was setting up all night, and there's still more to set up. Okay, we're about to join my bro Gene on his Discord. I'm not very good with Discord. I always have a hard time navigating this app. Where he at? Where he at though? I was just in his thing.
Nah, that
at 5 a.m. Oh no, that's a 1 hour.
Yeah, it's at
Oh,
1
I
a.m.
see what you're talking about. Yeah, all the way back here.
Yeah, I mean ES looks pretty bearish.
Yeah.
Yeah, ES looks like it's gonna, continue lower.
Yeah, the only thing is that I'm questionable on ES is because the New York low is like right there.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it's gonna try to bounce off of that or.
Yeah, it's
what.
pushing. I might have just got cooked.
Yeah, shit's pushing like crazy off the London low. Bro, this 15-minute candle is crazy.
It is. Yeah, fuck that, bro. I gotta stop fucking full porting evals, bruh. Fuck. Like, what is his pump, dude?
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Shit makes
The
no
other
sense.
thing too, I mean, the London high is right there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you guys looking at?
NQ and ES.
Okay. I'm gonna pull it up.
Bro, if I would have placed on the orb, bro, I would have got cooked.
But now we might continue, or hold on. I mean, all fair value gaps above are filled on the NQ. But then, like you said, that London high is right there.
Yeah, I mean, it could push up to the London high, but I mean, if it takes out both of the fair value gaps and the London high, I mean, it could go down. But the other thing too, bro, is like gold is dumping like crazy right now.
Oh, gold's dumping?
Yeah.
Damn. No way longs are the move. I still see us going short, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe it might not happen.
What are you gonna like look at? As far as like the 1 hour fair value gap that we had. Cause like you ever take IFVGs or no?
Nah, I haven't really like looked too much into like inverse fair value gaps.
Yeah.
Like how they really work. I mean, I just forgot how they worked, honestly.
Yeah.
I ain't traded them in a minute.
Cause there's already a 5-minute fair value gap right now to the downside. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we feel that, which it looked like it's about to fill, I might enter again, but
shorts.
Yeah, it's risky because liquidity is right there.
Yeah. And the only thing is too, it's like, bro, after that London low, it's like, bro, like, I mean, there is a New York low from May 12th, but there's not too much liquidity from like previous sessions. Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's getting filled.
Oh my gosh. This 1 minute break structure, I'm gonna get in again. Bro, also TradingView has terrible fills.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, shit's so delayed, bro.
Yeah, what? It's like a 5-second delay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I mean, the good thing is like gold dumped and it's starting to like retrace a little bit, so
There goes the move down.
yeah.
All right, so looking back at what it did, it literally touched every single fair value gap I marked out.
Yep. I mean,
so I just, well, what I did wrong, I just entered too early, but
yeah, I mean, like you low-key called everything out though. Like even pre-market, you're like you got this 1 hour in, but you caught out that 15-minute from earlier, and then it touched the 15 and then went down.
See, I need to work on my entries, bro. That's one thing I need to like perfect.
That's the hard thing, bro. Like especially on the NQ, like that shit's quick, bro. You gotta be quick. And low-key just planning it out right too, like.
Dude, I'm looking at ES. ES is moving nice.
Oh, yeah,
damn. Honestly, I'm thinking of switching like to ES, bro. It just moves like way cleaner.
It does, bro. Like I feel like it's easier to spot. Like I don't know, bro. I feel like it reacts off like liquidity a lot better.
It does, and then with ES, what it's 50 per point.
Yeah, I think so. So I mean, even if you are trying to like size down, bro, it'll be good.
It just doesn't move quick. That's the only thing.
Yeah. But I mean, bro, if you gotta wait another fucking 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes for your trade to hit, like, bro, that's cool.
I'd rather go the safer route. So it's.
Would you rather your stop loss get hit in 5 minutes or your take profit hit in 30, bro? Like.
I'll take about it, bro.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at NQ versus ES right now on both their 15-minute time frames. ES is just straight bearish, and then NQ you got it fucking shot all the way up for some reason.
Yeah, like, bro. Literally 1, 2, 3, 4 bearish candles.
Wow, man, that price action on ES is beautiful. I might gotta get.
Damn, that shit looks crazy, bro. Like, just that 15-minute.
Yeah, cause like, what is that? Seriously.
Yeah. Are you in shorts right now on NQ?
Hell nah, bro.
Nah?
Nah. I'm not sure what's going on right now. NQ is like doing its own thing. ES is trying to make its way lower, but it is reversed for a little bit. Yeah. And NQ's literally doing its own thing. Yeah, the structure is just so different from NQ and ES.
It looks cleaner.
ES is trending lower, NQ doing bullshit. I bet tons of people got stopped out on on NQ.
Right there, huh?
Yeah. Like I said, it's just doing its own thing. It's not making sense.
Yeah, there's not even anything that it's like pumping up to or anything.
Like I said, it's just doing its own thing. It's not making sense.
Yeah, there's not even anything that it's like pumping up to or anything.
What should be doing after you done trading? Like I said, it's just doing its own thing. It's not making sense.
Bro. Yeah, there's not even anything that it's like pumping up to or anything.
Yeah, I was probably gonna do the same thing.
What gym you be going to?
I just be going to the gym in my apartment complex.
Oh hell yeah.
What should be doing after you downtown trading? So, like I said, it's just doing its own thing. It's not making sense. Nice ass gyms.
Yeah. That's good, bro. Yeah, I've been going to EOS. I started going to a new one like recently. Cause I mean the EOS by my crib, that shit's like you played out, bro.
What else you be doing out here, bro?
Like in AZ?
Yeah.
I mean I be working. I mean I got school. But like during my free time, man, I mean me and my homies like we be going to like the lake and shit. Like we were supposed to go to the river last weekend. But I ended up going to Sedona with my family. Like that shit was smooth.
Oh yeah. How is it out there? I was supposed to go out there like last weekend.
Sedona?
Yeah.
That was hella nice, bro. Yeah, I mean the weather's good right now. I mean we were in the water. That shit's hella cold, but like that's nice. It's definitely like one of the better spots to like get away. Cause I mean how long have you been in AZ for?
I've been like back and forth from AZ in the Bay Area since like 2023.
Oh, okay. You're originally from the Bay?
Yeah, I came out here originally for school. I was going to GCU at first.
That's crazy, bro. I live right next to GCU.
For real?
Yeah, I'm on 35th and Camelback. Like that shit's literally like my neighborhood.
Damn, yeah. I was going to GCU from 2023 to like 2024 and got kicked out.
You got kicked out for what?
Bro, my boy came on campus and stole a scooter.
Oh, for real? Damn, bro, they be on dick over there.
Yeah, he came on campus, stole a scooter, so they kicked me out for that, and then shit, after that I was like living out here for like a couple months, and then I just ended up going back home, so it took a year off of college. And then I came back out here in January. Was going to Arizona Christian.
Oh yeah. Is that shit cool or what? I don't think I've met anyone that goes there.
I mean, shit, it's a small ass school. I'll tell you that. It's like, it's very dry there. You don't really see people. So, all I was doing there was just pretty much going to class and going to the gym for real.
Yeah, you just go there and dip. It'd be like that. Nah, but low key, like in AZ, bro, there's nothing like crazy to do. I mean, shit, bro. Like, I'd be trying to find stuff to do, but like, I mean, nah. I mean, if I got nothing to do, it's just like, I mean, like right now, it's a good time to go to the lake. Like we be going to Lake Pleasant. Like we take our like a quad out there. We got some like paddle boards. Shit's smooth.
Yeah, how are the lakes out here? I think I only been to like one lake, but it was like hella long ago. I think it was Lake Saguaro.
Saguaro, yeah. That was smooth. I feel like the best lake in Arizona is probably Lake Pleasant. Like it's probably the biggest one.
They got jet skis there.
Yeah, you can rent jet skis. I seen this shit, like you can rent like a boat. It has like a body of a Lambo or some shit like that. That shit looks cool.
Damn, bro, that sounds fun.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, bro, like it's hard though in the summer because it's like it's just hot, bro. Like, you don't want to do anything. Like, you don't want to do anything in the summer.
I know, I fucking hate the heat.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
I kind of got like used to it though, but still it'd be hard as hell.
Yeah, I'd be saying like I get used to it, but like I don't know, bro. It's like you can never get used to it. But yeah, I'm trying to go to Cali soon.
Go park.
Well, I mean, I want to go to San Diego.
You'll love it out there. It's nice and it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to like Laguna a couple times. I'm trying to take like a solo trip out there though. Just go to Laguna, some shit.
Yeah, it's vibes out there.
Yeah.
And then if
like
we
me
want,
and my family, like we be taking a trip like every year for 4th of July. We be going to Huntington.
For real?
They got like a whole like fireworks show. Yeah, we just be out there all day.
And then if you want like LA, like only like an hour or 2 hours away from San Diego.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, my homies was saying that they were trying to go to LA soon. You got like family out there, I guess. I'm like, shit, let's do it. Yeah, I feel like in the summer in AZ, the best spot to be is in Cali for sure, bro.
Hell yeah. Definitely Cali.
Yeah.
The Bay Area sucks though. I swear I don't plan on going back.
The Bay?
Yeah.
You don't like it or what?
Nah, it's terrible out there. It's like, I mean, I don't know why people love going to the Bay. Like, they love to go see San Francisco, but San Francisco, it's dead ass is filled with homeless people.
Yeah. Like, it's different actually living there.
Yeah, and then, just other cities, because I'm from Berkeley. I mean, Berkeley a pretty cool city, but other than that, it's not really, the Bay not all that.
Yeah.
I feel like
you weren't trying to go to school out there? Or how come you chose to come out of school out here?
So my sister, she went to GCU also, like hella long ago. So I was, and then also we lived in AZ for like a year, so I was just familiar with Arizona.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, I didn't wanna like stay in the Bay Area, and then I couldn't see myself like going to school anywhere else. Like I didn't want to go to school in LA. LA is really not my vibe. Down south, fuck that, hell no, I'm not going to school down.
That shit's crazy, bro.
And then shit, I couldn't see myself.
I feel like there's like a good balance in Arizona, bro.
It is.
Like not even just school in general, like just like everything, bro. Like I don't know.
I like the desert scenery.
Yeah, the scenery's cool. I mean, you're downtown, bro, so like you're like right there. I just went to the EOS downtown like last week, I think. but that shit's smooth, bro.
Hey Gene, you don't mess with Netflix?
Nah,
it's shooting up right now. It's shooting way up.
Bro.
Yeah, and now remember Now Service, I was up yesterday. It's going up again. There's a lot of stuff that's shooting. Uber, remember Uber? I was like telling you it's gonna shoot up, and it just started pumping. And a lot of stuff is down. There was Merck. There's Ebola going on right now, and Merck and Johnson Johnson, they're making vaccines. So I was trying to get into Johnson right now. I'm pretty sure it's gonna blow up.
Yeah, I'm looking. That might be a good time to buy some calls for Johnson and Johnson, because I just pulled it up. It looked like it's like in an uptrend right now. So that Johnson play, that actually might be a good play to buy some calls.
Has it gone up yet?
It's going up right now a little bit. Is there like a date on when they're releasing their vaccine?
I don't know. I'm probably just gonna get it like a month out. I just remember after yesterday, I ended up getting some other stuff. ASTS. It's basically T-Mobile and Verizon and AT&T. They're trying to put stuff in space, and I lost $700 with it last week, so I'm trying to chase it back.
Yeah, see, bro, you gotta hop on the funny account wave, bro. You can't just be giving money to the market like that.
I know. It's fine. We'll make it back. But
yeah.
Johnson, did you already enter somewhere for ES?
I entered in a position earlier, like near market open, but it didn't go so well. So now I'm kind of just watching it move.
Okay. Oh, you were trying to go up and it's going down?
Nah, I was trying to catch the move down and it went up.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna buy some Johnson. You think I should wait and see it confirm?
I mean, if there's no release date on the vaccine, I would wait.
There was earnings.
That is a good.
I think there's earnings for Nvidia coming out right now.
Really?
I believe that's what I heard.
These fucking market conditions are terrible. Hey, bro, you be going on like a lot of hikes out here in AZ?
I've been to like a few, yeah, like here and there. I'm definitely trying to go more. I think the last mountain I went to is Piedmont Peak.
Oh yeah. I love that, bro.
Fire
That shit.
mountain, bro. That's a good ass mountain.
Yeah, that's like my favorite hike that I like to go on.
Yeah.
It's just like long a little bit. Well, it just depends
bro,
on.
The thing is, like I had went and I was like, damn, all right, like I'm lucky close, like to the top, and that shit just keeps going, bro. It keeps going.
You just keep going up and up, bro.
Yeah, like you like come across a mountain, bro. You get around that curve and it's like, damn, bro.
But it is a very nice view, like all the way up at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely worth the view. Yeah, I'm looking at ES right now, and like it's close to New York low. Yesterday's New York low, so I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I know what I got to do. I think I'm a This is how I like went on my winning streak. I didn't trade I don't trade 30 minutes into market open. I wait till like the new 7 a.m. candle. So
Okay.
how I've been getting cooked is I haven't been doing that.
Oh, you try not to trade until 7?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
cause it's like I feel like before that 1 hour candle, that 7 a.m. candle closes, there's always like a fake out. Like for example, you see we shot
It's
straight up.
just so much noise, bro. It's just so
Yeah.
much noise. I feel like it messes up, like, I don't know, like your psychology, because it's like all that shit that went on in that 30 minutes, and then after that shit's like, bro, like you could dead ass get stopped out in the first 10 minutes, and it's like, damn, like now what do I do the rest of the session?
Exactly, and that's exactly what just happened to me. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, shit, you heard it. Like my analysis was perfect, and it might
Yeah,
play
bro.
out.
That shit played out, but
I got cooked. I entered too early.
yeah.
Dude, I'm up $1,200 with service now.
Oh, well, you got calls or puts?
I got called service now, $1,200 profit.
Oh shit.
I don't know, man. Do I pull out or remember the other one, Dexcom? I was thinking about pulling out at like 130. It's at 243 now.
Bro, I say just take profits.
Oh no, dude. I'm a greedy, hard-headed. And Netflix too. I remember I told you Netflix was blowing up. But yeah,
Bro, you gotta take profit.
it's still going up.
Bro, the market can take all that back from you.
Hey, what goes up must come down, bro.
Well, I mean, it's expiring on the 29th. I just feel like I got time to let it drag.
Options risky, bro.
Okay, all right. I'm man. Now it's going down. It's down $55.
Yeah, see, I say just take it out.
I know we're getting close to Friday.
Is today Tuesday?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna let it go for a little bit more. Doesn't it get real busy around 9:30?
I think like 9:30, 10 o'clock our time is when the people in New York go on lunch.
Yeah, bro. So ES is tapping New York low. NQ is tapping London low.
Oh my gosh, I would have played out so perfectly.
What?
My move, bro, if I didn't enter too early.
Oh, yeah.
Literally bounced off that last 15 minute.
Oh, yeah, bro, that shit's gonna pump. That shit's rejecting the lows like crazy, bro.
Damn, I see that.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get into some buys, bro.
I mean, you say it's rejecting, but wait, do you have like a liquidity indicator or not?
Nah, I mean, when I mark out my, like the liquidity zones, like pre-market analysis.
Look at my screen real quick.
Let me see.
You on it?
Yeah.
All right, so ES over here. Basically these red lines is like a liquidity indicator. So.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's pushing. It might sweep those lows and then push towards this liquidity down here.
Yeah.
Like it's a pretty strong move down, and then also NQ, same thing as liquidity over here.
Yeah. So they're around the same zone, huh?
Yeah. So I mean, I would definitely look at this level right here, this 362 level, and like however we react off of that, we could bounce or we could continue lower. But you see, it's pushing towards that level.
Yeah, it's trying to get there. It's 362. Yeah.
Damn, bro, I just need to perfect my entries. It's like my levels have never missed, bro. I got terrible entries.
It's right there, bro. I don't know, bro. I think it might. Hopefully.
Cause like if we go up, like where will we go? Like what you looking at?
Right now, I mean, the VWAP is like at the top of the orb. So I mean that's a good little spot right there. Cause I mean it would have swept London low, I mean New York low, and what even is that liquidity? I think all that liquidity is a previous New York low. Cause it's like right there, bro.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's New York low from last week, 12. Tuesday.
Yeah. So I mean that is pretty good liquidity, but I mean at that point it's like if it gets there, there's also the other New York low from the 7.
Look at these candles though. It's like damn near fucking pushing down.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. I'm gonna go on mute real quick.
There go yesterday's profits. I will say though, I'm not gonna lie. I think trade is so much better with the order flow. This trading view is just so delayed. It might still go up. Did you get stopped out? Yeah, out instantly. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say there's a second accelerator trap too, so. Yesterday. Entered here. How many channels did I move into? That's probably 3. Yeah, no, yesterday same setup. It's a bit put out. Yeah. I should have stayed there. I think I made like $30 when I took myself out. Oh, that ass though, there goes his profits. It's just it's crazy. Okay, on 624 profit, I just need 530. I should pass up that. Yeah, a time limit on Pacific Gas? No. How much are they? 25K is like $50. How much is a fixed vehicle seat? I don't think.
We gotta focus here.
In Beijing, so there's a lot of heightened focus here when
Check
it comes
back in with them
to alliances.
later.
So we'll see where it ultimately goes from here, because President Trump has previously fumed about how some members of NATO have rejected his calls when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. So Scarlett, at the moment, the Strait does remain effectively shut. Yesterday, we just heard from CENTCOM confirming that nearly 88 ships have been redirected by the U.S. who have tried to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. says that its naval blockade isn't going anywhere until a fuller deal is reached with Iran. And at this point, we haven't really gotten indications that we are any closer towards that happening.
Tyler, the news on Wall Street today is the movement in the bond market. We have rates higher yet again today in the bond market here. Is there any sense that the White House and this president is sensitive to what's happening in the financial markets as it relates to perhaps this war in Iran?
That's an interesting question. We've previously seen President Trump be sensitive to the markets, right, Paul? When it comes to the oil market in particular, that when
I want to set a stop loss.
We've seen the administration try to keep and tamp down rising fuel costs. Just yesterday, we had the Treasury Department announcing this new license for a temporary allowal to buy purchases of Russian barrels that are already loaded onto tankers and at sea to get more of the oil supply to the global market, because we know that the administration is coming under pressure from the market, but also from consumers and Americans as they head to the polls this week for a slew of primaries in a flurry of states, and affordability and the cost of living remains that top concern. Just yesterday, there was reporting from Iranian state media that the administration could be looking at lifting Iranian sanctions temporarily. Doesn't seem like that's happening. A White House official did dispute that report, but we're going to watch closely. The president said when he was coming back from Asia that maybe he would consider lifting sanctions on Chinese oil refiners linked to Iranian crude. So again, something to watch, but very clear that the administration has their eyes on this.
All right, very good. Tyler Kendall, thank you so much. Tyler Kendall, she's a Washington correspondent from Bloomberg News. She's down there in D.C. And again, the story, Scarlett's in the bond market today, just grinding higher. We're going to hopefully get John Authers in the next hour. He's got a good column out about what's happening out there in the bond market. But that's where the angst is. But equity markets are hanging in there by and large.
I know. The contrast is really striking. And at some point, everyone says this is going to spill over into the equity market. But it hasn't yet. Just like the big moves we've seen in the bond market has not really enticed dip buyers either.
Yep, absolutely. So maybe it's the fact that you've got gangbuster earnings that were just reported and some decent outlooks by corporate America. So we'll see how it plays out. But we'll be on top of it. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
I just went ahead and sold my Dexcom for $410. I bought it for $150.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News, and with this Bloomberg Business Flash, it's worth recapping that headline we had. NATO discussing the possibility of helping ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz if the waterway isn't reopened by early July. Let's start with Brent Crude, the international benchmark. That is down just about 1.1%. Still well above $100 a barrel, 110.78. Also, WTI is down about 0.5%, 108.12. on West Texas Intermediate. The long bond earlier did hit the highest level in almost 2 decades. Right now, the 30-year up just about 7 basis points. It's at 519. Then the 10-year do that quote as well. That's 9 basis points higher at 467. And I mean, to oversimplify it, but its mortgage rates take their cue usually from the 10-year, and you know the drill. Higher yields could lift mortgage and corporate lending rates. Right now, in the equity space, 6 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they are lower, led lower by materials stocks. And NVIDIA is going to report after the close of regular trading tomorrow. Those shares right now down 1.8%. After the earnings report from Home Depot and the sales miss there, the shares have actually turned around. Home Depot now up 0.3%. And the property analytics firm Cotality says more than 3 million New York metropolitan area homes are vulnerable to hurricane winds. That's actually the most of any region in the country. According to their 2026 hurricane risk report, 3.27 million homes in the area face moderate or greater hurricane wind risk, representing $1.93 trillion in reconstruction
More than
costs.
Florida, more than North Carolina.
Houston and Miami rank 2nd and 3rd at risk. This is according to the number of homes.
It's hard to focus on what I'm doing with the news and the bros and whatever. I got focus here to buy some Johnson. It's for past hour since opening. I've been trying to buy Johnson and I'm getting distracted, and now it's like more expensive. Trade options. We just gotta buy something here. It's 29.86, 229.89, 220. Okay, it's hovering around 229. We need to have it go out to May 29th. Let's get it at. I'll get it at 2. It might go up to 232. It probably will. By May 29th. Next weekend. I'm about to get 2. Alright. Let's scalp it today. Mark is 222. We're gonna scalp this Johnson & Johnson today. Did it execute? Okay, executed. What else? Google.
So in other words, you could say, well, stocks look too rich compared to interest rates, but I think interest rates are the appropriate level.
Nice, Google's down. Good time to buy.
What's more important to me, though, is corporate profit margins have been very, very strong, and it shows companies have pricing power, so they have not been adversely affected by inflation, and that to me is a lot more key. Can they keep those profit margins rather than just do treasury rates move up a bit from here? I think their treasuries, are in a trading range rather than on a long trek to much higher levels.
Margaret, where are you looking for performance in this market here? Is it some of the tech names that have reasserted their position in the marketplace, their leadership position in the marketplace, or maybe some other areas?
Yeah. Well, I think when you invest in the tech sector, the price you pay to make more than other sectors is you have to ride out these periods of volatility. We've had enormous volatility here, but it isn't because of fundamental bad.
Okay, Mark is up $75. I should have cashed out the service now, like Bro said. 1,200.
Traders also we've had some IPOs large IPOs coming. People need to make room for those. And now you're in a kind of a news vacuum because you have only bad news about what's happening with the price of oil. Except for NVIDIA, companies have all reported, so you don't have any new positive news. So I think it's natural that we'd see this sort of short-term trading correction rather than a fundamental revaluation of the tech sector. So I think it's just one of those short-term downturns that's just the way the tech market is, the equity market is right now.
Margie, you are a senior portfolio manager. You also head up the capital allocation team at Allspring. What are you doing with your portfolio? How are you making adjustments or perhaps not making any adjustments?
Well, I think that looking at the bond weighting in the portfolio that I manage is really at a low point because I do think, one, absolute levels of yields are low, spreads are narrow for corporates, and there is a chance we could see rates drift up. When you look at equities, it looks as if equities, the fundamentals actually look terrific. We had this last first quarter, we had 2% GDP growth, but we had S&P revenue growth of 11%, corporate profits 28%, record high EBIT margins. So that says to me we should disregard short-term changes in bond yields that go up and really look at equities as having the better return for the rest of the year. So we still think equities will finish the year at least well into double-digit rates of return. Bonds look really more like mid-single digit levels for the year. So we think equities are still more attractive even with a little move up in treasuries.
Margie, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Margie Patel, she's a senior portfolio manager, Allspring Global Investments up there in Boston. We're doing that Zoom thing. Looking at the markets here, again, the sell-off in the equity markets. We got yields pushing higher. Let's talk a little technology. We can do that with Caroline Hyde, VTech Co. Anchor. She joins us live here in our studio. Meta cutting some jobs. I'm trying to read through the story here. My personal opinion is AI is a job destroyer, not a job creator. I'm going to stick with that one until somebody proves me wrong. What's going on in Meta?
Well, interestingly, to prove to the point, the one optimistic note I might on that last view of yours, MIT recognized a few years ago that if you look back over 60 years, about, I think it's even 40 years, only 60% of the jobs that currently are existing today didn't exist. So there is hope that we find ingenuity in our lower value human capital. Language matters, folks. Language matters. I'm afraid a CEO who's going to talk out about eradicating jobs, up to 8,000 of them over at Simon Charles, and calling it lower value human capital, that's going to hurt for the people out there, I've got to say. But by the by, I'm not in PR. I'm in a different type of communications. But the communications that we're getting from Meta is that tomorrow, folks are staying home. If you're working in North America, you sit at home because you're going to learn as to whether you're one of the 10% who are losing your job. That's about 8,000 people. But ahead of that, they're actually reassigning 7,000 people to more AI-focused work. So it's sort of a reassignment of the resources that they've got right now, saying that new jobs are going to be related to AI. So here's your new types of roles that you're going to be seeing more broadly, Paul. You're seeing people perhaps moving from the area of social media where they've lent into, and of course we've known that they've been moving the more hardware-related and augmented virtual reality play, and it's going more into augmented reality glasses, but into more apps and focus on artificial intelligence weaving itself throughout Meta's business model. So the chief people officer is just saying this is going to be a flatter ecosystem. This is going to be smaller teams. They think it's going to be higher value, more enjoyable work. We'll see what the talent think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that there's this whole push towards smaller teams anyway across tech land. Everyone's singing the praises of this idea of keeping things really focused and concentrated.
Coinbase said that some teams will just be one person if you're an engineer.
That's not really a team.
I was speaking to a young fellow over the weekend, 29 years old, works in a very big tech company. Yeah. He manages, I think, a team of like 5 or 6
YF,
people.
young fella.
People with AI. Now, this is in the last 6 months. Are much more productive. Not 10% more, not 20% more. 3 times, 5 times, 10 times more productive on some of their output metrics. It's just crazy. It's amazing, he says. And I said, okay, I get it.
Maybe if you're a solo engineer, maybe your team is AI.
And I'm just thinking, as a young investment banker, for the first 3 or 4 years of my job,
I'm thinking about getting more Merc.
Yes, you are very high value human capital, Paul. Don't tell me that.
But having done that, you know how the process works too. If you haven't done that before, like you're not able to go in there.
Make me a high yield pitch.
We got Google thinking about getting more STS.
2 seconds.
Let's see how much.
Then how do you go through it in fact check?
How much?
That make me a pitch book for a high yield deal would take me 2 or 3 days. Now it's minutes.
Yeah, well, the formatting will certainly be taken care of by AI. That's the most painful part of those pitch books. Caroline, while we have you, I got to ask you about Google creating an AI cloud business with Blackstone. Is this a joint venture of some sort?
It is, and actually Blackstone's putting in most of the money. $5 billion in equity. You leverage that up, it's going to be $25 billion perhaps. Wow. We're talking 500 megawatts of compute in the next few years. That's, what is it? 1 gigawatt is about.
I just bought some Google right now,
homes in terms of energy.
and it's
so
up $10.
Compute, but this is as they really
$15.
focus on their TPUs. This is their tensor processing unit. This is their chip that has suddenly made their AI so much more powerful and really impressed the market with vertical integration. Now, Google
ASTS, I got it tanked and it's going back up.
It's nice to get a partner on side to be able to do that heavy lifting.
I don't know if I have enough buying power to get in on it.
Expanding out their Google Cloud offering. And they're setting up basically a new neo cloud. So watch the shares, the likes of CoreWeave, of Nebius, of these other neo clouds out there, because it's getting competitive out there, folks.
But Alphabet, are they turning to Blackstone because they need Blackstone as a funding source, or what? I mean, it's a cool deal for Blackstone. I'm wondering why Alphabet's doing it.
Yeah, I think it is the money side of things. Like Alphabet's already announced that they're going to be, what is it? All told, these 4 players, whether it's Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, are spending up to $750 billion, $725 billion, $725 billion, let's call it, in 2026. Yes, people have actually applauded Sundar Pichai's decision to up its capital expenditure plans, but it's still a lot of money. It's still a lot of debt that they got to issue, and so it's nice to know that
$143.
of even
No
greater
way.
expansion is being taken on by some other players. This is just up, managing to scale even further how much their TPUs and their...
I gotta sell something. I should have sold them now.
It's a big move ahead of NVIDIA's numbers tomorrow, because just think, all these other neoclouds, they use NVIDIA GPUs.
Yeah, this is definitely a play for NVIDIA's market, or at least carving up a little piece out of that market. Caroline, thank you so much. Caroline Hyde is co-anchor of B-Tech, which airs every weekday at 11 a.m. on Bloomberg Television. Be sure to catch her and Ed Ludlow then. I continue to kind of marvel at the move higher in yields, because this has been going on since Friday. Friday was really kind of the breaking point, and since then it's been inching higher, and in this case accelerating here with the 10-year yield now up 9 basis points at 4.67%. Paul, you were talking about the 30-year yield and how a lot of people are pointing out 5.5% could be within reach now.
Yep, absolutely, and that's not what people had on their bingo card to start the year. That's for sure. So rates moving higher. Today, at least, we've got the stock market moving lower with the S&P down 60 points, 0.8%. This is Bloomberg.
I want to buy this ASTS, but I don't think I got enough funds. Oh, Pfizer's going up. Merck is going up and down. Getting murked. I gotta get $400 in my account because ASTS is looking hot. Google's up $40 since I bought it. People buying Avgo. I'm just trying to buy this ASTS. Got Google expiring tomorrow. I'm sure it'll go up. It's like discounted right now. But ASTS, I wish I bought it today. I don't know why I listened to the dude. I had 2 Ubers. I don't know where the other one went. There it is. My Johnson's doing good, $6 up, but Google, I want it to go up back to like $40 and let me scalp it. Let's make a Zoom link for the bro.
This is breaking news from Bloomberg.
All right, we are listening in to President Trump taking questions. He is at the White House ballroom construction site. Let's listen in.
You're talking about Cuba? Well, we're going to see. Look, Cuba's calling us. They need help. Look, Cuba is a failed nation. Cuba needs help. And we'll do that. Just hold them, though. Yeah, it's like an exercise game. Give that to me. I'll hold it. I'll hold it. It's so beautiful. See, I look so thin. They'll say, oh, he's gotten so thin because I'm holding this. You don't have to look at my waist. You can look at this. You saw enough of my waist along with President Xi.
Are you confident that you can reach a diplomatic deal
with Cuba? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I am very prone toward the Cuban Americans. They've been incredible people. Many of them have lost family members. They've been very badly hurt themselves. They've been in prison. They've come to this country and they've been very successful. The Cuban American people in Miami, I mean, they are amazing people. Most of them are in Miami, in Florida, but mostly in Miami. I'm very, very prone to helping them. I mean, I think I got 97% of that vote. I want to help them. Now, they have family members in Cuba. They've been treated very, very badly. They've been treated extremely badly, and we're going to get that solved. That's not going to be hard for us to solve.
You can do that without changing the regime.
Well, I don't know about changing the regime. I could do that, whether you change the regime or not. You know, it's been a rough regime. They've killed a lot of people, but it's a country that really needs help. It has nothing. They can't turn on the lights. They can't eat. We don't want to see that.
Mr. President, how much notice did the Gulf nations have? How much notice did the Gulf nations have that you were going to do these strikes before they asked you to pause?
They called me over the last 2 days to say they made a lot of progress because we have them negotiating with us, and primarily Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Halibut and Bahrain and some of the others. And we have them negotiating with them. We're all working together. It's like a team. And Israel, of course, and Israel's been a great partner. And so we are negotiating together. I got a call from numerous of these people. They know the people in Iran. Don't forget, when you talk about regime change, I think it's the ultimate regime change because the first level and the second level are no longer with us. They're someplace, but they're no longer with us. So we have real regime change. But I got a call yesterday, sir, could you wait? We think we're close to a deal. And that's okay. Now, I've heard it before with these people, and they change their mind. I made deals with them, no nuclear. We immediately get the nuclear dust. And they said, you're the only one can get it because the bombers did such an unbelievable job that the mountain literally collapsed on top of it. They said us, and they thought China would be the only two countries that could even get it. But I think it's important to get it, maybe psychologically more than anything else.
Mr. President, today how long did they know that you were planning the Gulf Nation?
They knew I was getting ready to attack. I didn't tell them. I never tell anybody when.
You're in constant contact with
I never tell anybody when, but they knew that we were very close. I would say I was an hour away from making the decision to go today. And we would probably not be talking about a beautiful ballroom today. We'd be talking about that. And no, I had made the decision. So they called up. They had heard I made the decision. They said, sir, could you give us a couple of more days? Because we think they're being reasonable.
Mr. President, today's
Well, I mean, I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time. Because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would start with Israel. They would blow it up, and they would blow it up fast. But they'd blow it up, and I'll tell you what, they'd go after Saudi Arabia, they'd go after Kuwait, they go after UAE, they go after Qatar, they go after, I think they go after the entire Middle East, and it would be a whole different negotiation. It would not be, it would be nuclear holocaust.
What? Why would he say that?
There's no question. And I deal with these people. They're extremely radicalized. These are not people like when I deal with you.
Nuclear holocaust. They're radicalized. Like, look who's talking.
The only question, would it be the first minute, the first hour, or the first day?
How many pause a few times? Has there come a point where no longer
I'm not doing this politically. I'm just, look, everyone tells me it's unpopular, but I think it's very popular.
Okay, gotta focus. Where's Google at? Did it go down? Of course. $40 down. I was just $40 up. I was $40 down. It's fine. No one's taking out LA yet, except Jesus soon.
I don't really have enough time to explain to people. I'm too busy getting it done. When they understand, I think it's frankly very popular. But whether it's popular or not popular, I have to do it because I'm not going to let the world be blown up on my watch. It's not going to happen.
and your endorsed candidate, do you think your candidate can beat him? And what are you seeing?
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one.
Good thing I didn't buy that ASTS going back down.
I think he's actually a Democrat. He's not a
Dude, now service is down. It's fine. I got time. Merck is up. Oh, I should have bought another one. Should I sell this Klarna? It's open for like 3 more days. Not letting it drag till Friday. J&J's back down. Google's got to come back up. 67. I should have scalped that. Should have gotten puts on ASTS.
Many of these people killed more than 50% killed more than one person. This was gross malfeasance. This was on behalf of the Biden administration. I don't know Biden because I don't think he knew he was alive. Kamala was the Cortazar. never called ICE. She never called law enforcement. She never went to the border.
Oh, Lake is expiring today.
Every single day. And that's recently. Now
I should sell it.
we have nobody coming through. We had caravans coming through with tens of thousands of people pouring into our country.
Sell it now.
No idea who they were.
What's the market value? 158.
Our country would have been destroyed. If they won this election, our country would have been. We have now the hottest country anywhere in the world. If
Close
they won
it.
the election, our country would have been destroyed.
What's the mark price? 158.
2 years ago, and now we have really the hottest country in the world. And this is the ballroom, and it's going to be something incredible. You see the quality of it, and they go right. Those columns go right into the roof, and on top of the roof, we're going to have the greatest drone empire that you've ever seen, and it's going to protect Washington. Thank you all very much.
Drone Empire.
All right, the president taking questions and giving answers. At the construction site of the White House ballroom, he did make some comments about Iran, saying that the Mideast countries have asked for a few more days before the U.S. Would presumably attack Iran again, and so he's waiting on Iran for a limited period of time. We'll keep you posted if there are any further headlines. Meantime, we want to continue on with Bloomberg Intelligence, and we have a great guest right now. Let's talk about currencies, because people conflate a currency with the country that issues it, right? Like the US dollar equals the US and vice versa. But if you look at the history of the dollar, it tells us otherwise. Our friend Brendan Grilly has devoted years to studying this and based his PhD dissertation on it as well. He joins us now. And full disclosure, Brendan used to work at Bloomberg as a reporter for Business Week and as an anchor on Bloomberg Television, hosting Surveillance with Tom Keene and myself. So welcome back, Brendan.
Thank you. It's so great to be here. I have one correction to make. Unfortunately, when I arrived at school, they told me your book, your popular trade press book about the history of the dollar, cannot be your dissertation. So I have a completely different dissertation.
Oh my gosh.
It's
okay.
it's too approachable.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you didn't need it to be much more obscure in
Yeah,
your
yeah,
dissertation.
absolutely.
Well, let's talk about your book then. It's
Yeah.
called The Almighty Dollar, and about 500 years of the world's most powerful money. The U.S. is about to celebrate its 250th anniversary this
Yes.
July, but how does the history of the dollar go back 500 years?
So I had to figure out how to write about the dollar. I had to figure out where to start. So I thought I would start in 1971. Nixon closes the gold window, and then I sort of like keep pulling that thread, and I end up in 1913 with the Fed, and then you end up with what I've been thinking of as the 1776 problem, which is that we learn in school to assume that countries have monetary sovereignty, that they have control over their own currencies. The problem with that is, when you get to 1776, the United States declares political sovereignty, but it chooses as its currency a Spanish coin made of Mexican silver with a German name.
I didn't know that.
And so we can talk through like where that came from and how we got there. But for me, the most important part of this story is that at its founding, the United States did not have control over the dollar. It was very clear when you look at the correspondence from the founding fathers what they thought a dollar was. They saw it as a silver coin. Alexander Hamilton called this coin the ancient dollar. And I wanted to actually title the book The Ancient Dollar, and my editor was like, do you intend to sell any books? So, and you know, Thomas Jefferson said it's important when we choose a currency to choose one that the people are already familiar with. So I think of monetary sovereignty now, sort of after doing the work on this book, as something that has to be won with a lot of work, very slowly over time, and it's constantly in danger of eroding. So the story of the dollar is not the story of America. It's not the story of the Federal Reserve. It's not the story of the United States Treasury. It has its own history. So I ended up, you know, literally at the bottom of a Czech silver mine, looking at 500-year-old chisel marks to understand sort of the origins of this currency that is much older and much powerful than much more powerful.
So when did
than
the dollar
States.
that we know of, when did that come into existence, really?
Define what we know of.
Okay, I don't know. When did
What we use
start
now?
talking the U.S. dollar?
Well, okay, so this silver coin, I'll give you like a brief potted history. I think we can do this in like one radio minute.
Okay.
Which is that there was this silver mine in a place called Joachimsthal in Bohemia. They produced only very high quality large silver coins. Those were very useful for trade. Those coins became known as Joachimsthaler, from Joachimsthal, and that got shortened to Thaler, and then in Dutch dollar, and then in English it became dollar.
Okay.
This is all in the 16th century, right? So early in the 1600s, Shakespeare used the word dollar in his plays.
Interesting.
In the Scottish play and in The Tempest, there are mentions of the dollar. So it was clear that that was a coin that was familiar in English well before the founding of the United States. So when you actually get to the Constitution and what we think of as the actual United States, not just the colonies, there was about a 60-year period to take this silver coin and turn it into what we think of now as a dollar, which is bank money.
Okay.
So what we think of now as a dollar sits on the ledger of a bank, of a commercial bank. It's a bank deposit or a bank note that's printed by the Fed. But increasingly, nobody uses cash. So we're really just talking about bank deposits. So the United States had to win sovereignty over that very slowly. And there's this long history of panics in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and after each panic, there's new regulation. So Panic of 1837 introduces comptrollers of the currency at the state level. It introduces reserve requirements. You have to hold silver in the bank. 1861, or 1862, there's new legislation during the Civil War, introduces backing banknotes with treasuries, right? We had to figure that out.
Right.
1907, we have the Federal Reserve, which provides cash in an emergency. 1932, after that bank panic, we finally get national deposit insurance. That's huge. No other country, no other currency zone nearly the size of ours has unified deposit insurance. Only America has that. And so to answer your question, I think it was by 1932 that we had stable, regulated banks.
Gotcha.
Okay, so regulation was key here, and making a lot of mistakes and kind of addressing those mistakes was key in how the dollar system grew up. Where does that leave us now when we talk about things like stable coins or cryptocurrency? How do you think about the dollar's role in a decentralized financial system where regulation is less robust, if even there?
For me, the key to thinking about crypto is that it's not new. It's not that novel. I think of crypto as finance as if the past never happened. When you look at the various kinds of crypto, there's Bitcoin. That's basically a commodity. We know how that fits into the financial system. It's a commodity. You think about most coins they're essentially equities. Stable coins, to your point, are a really interesting case because, as you know, they're pegged 1-to-1 to the dollar. But to me, it just looks like a bank. So right now we have decentralized money. Commercial banks, when they make a loan, when you take out a mortgage, they are not getting that money from somewhere else. They're marking that up on their balance sheet, brand new deposits for you. A stablecoin provider has the same fiduciary responsibility as a bank. When you deposit, they've got to buy assets. Those assets have to have meaning. We have to know that they have the assets they say they have. Every time I hear somebody in crypto say, we've got the first private decentralized money, my answer is, my dude, you just invented a bank. We know how those work.
Except they're not regulated like a bank.
That's exactly right. And so what I worry about, to my point earlier about monetary sovereignty, it's won slowly and painfully over time, and it's constantly in danger of being eroded. And what I see when I look at stable coins is these are bank dollars that are slowly slipping out of the regulatory control that we built up over the course of a century. We know how finance works. We know how banks blow up. And I know that the Bloomberg audience right now are shaking their fists in anger at the radio. I do think that the basic bulwark of FDIC, comptroller, Federal Reserve that we built up to protect banks needs to be extended full force to stable coins. And I think if you did that, they'd lose a lot of their appeal because it's no fun running a bank because it's very well regulated for obvious reasons.
Big money versus small money. What is that?
Well, there's this sort of theory of coins, physical coins, that points out that small coins are much more actual coins, jingle.
Okay.
Yeah, that points out that small coins are much more expensive per unit of value to produce because each coin had to be hammered out. It's an industrial process. I've seen this
That's why we're not printing or minting the penny anymore.
Yeah, absolutely right. Money is a product. Somebody's got to produce it. Money doesn't happen by magic. And so the big coins are cheaper per unit of cost to produce. And what we found sort of historically is that mints, almost all mints were privately run, would much rather make the big coins. So you have this constant demand for small coins to settle small retail transactions, right? These are not, it's not as if the small coins are units of the big coin. They're completely different economies. So when we look at the economies of, Renaissance Italy, Florence, Genoa, Venice, they all had a big silver coin for international trade and small coins, and the exchange rate fluctuates between the two of them because the small coins are for local purchases and you've got to manage inflation in a slightly different way than you do with a big coin. So I think that's still true now. Banks are like mints. They produce our money. Banks, for the exact same reasons, would rather deal with big loans, big deposits, big transfers than small loans, small deposits, small transfers. And so I think we've replicated that system with banks. And when you look at the problems with banking in America, or rather the challenges of getting people into the financial system, it's the exact same problem. Banks don't want to handle small depositors. They don't want to make small business loans because the back office costs are higher. This is a problem that would be very familiar to a mint.
I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about currencies used in commodities and in international systems. We talk a lot about this petrodollar because oil, which we talk about constantly given how much it's risen, is priced in US dollars and how other central banks are kind of beholden to the US because everything is priced in dollars and how they want commodities to be priced in other currencies, for instance. Is that doable given where we sit? Is this something that the US controls or is it all way beyond our control?
I think, so I've been splitting hairs on this one. I think it is within our control, but beyond our regulation. And what I mean by that is when we think of the offshore dollar system, what we think of as the euro dollar system, this is just foreign banks producing their own dollars, manufacturing their own dollars using new loans denominated in dollars. Okay, so the Fed doesn't have any oversight, the Treasury, the comptroller, nobody, we can't look at what's happening. But the Fed does step in, as we know, 2008, 2020, with these swap lines with foreign central banks. To me, that says the U.S. dollar is unique in that since the 60s, we've been willing to tolerate in the United States some level of offshore activity. It's very useful to the United States to have these offshore dollars. And in return, we provide this service. Is it sustainable? It seems to be so far. When we look at measures of euro-dollar growth, of offshore dollar growth, that line is still going up and to the right. There are 14 trillion euro dollars, offshore dollars. There are 19 trillion domestic dollars. They're comparable in scale, and they're still growing. So offshore banks seem to think it's sustainable.
All right, Brendan, great stuff. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it. Brendan Greeley, he is author of this book, folks, The Almighty Dollar, 500 Years of the World's Most Powerful Money. It's about money, so immediately it's in my wheelhouse, so I'm going to take a read of this one. So appreciate that joining us here in
We want the book signed, by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Pressed Metal. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Next hour, Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just moments. S&P down 50.7 tenths of 1%. The NASDAQ down 280. That's 1.1%. Bond markets moving higher, folks. 10-year Treasury yields up 8 basis points, 4.67. 30-year, 5.18. How about that?
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Tuesday morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and John Tucker here with you to take you through the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. We have a bond sell-off underway. It's a continuation of the sell-off that we got on Friday, and this time it is dragging equities lower. So we're going to get into all of that throughout the hour, but we're also going to check in with Drew Redding. He's our senior housing analyst to talk about Home Depot's results. Certainly consumers worried about inflation and high borrowing costs are definitely having an impact on Home Depot's results. We're also going to check in with Michael Halen. He is our senior restaurant and food service analyst on restaurant spending and how that looks in this higher inflation environment. James Morrow, founder and CIO at Calodyne Capital Management, will join us to talk about private credit. That's an area that's certainly taken a hit. And Riley Griffin, our tech reporter, will join us on Meta's $200 billion data center and how it's rising from the bayou. Bayou? Bayou. Bayou.
Yep.
Okay. Why'd you laugh?
Bayou. Bayou.
You know, sometimes I just gotta double check.
I thought they were talking about Beowulf, the poem.
Bayou. Bayou. Okay, got it. Let's go over to John Tucker, who's going to correct my pronunciation on something else for Bloomberg Business Flash.
No, I won't. Anyway, let's start with stocks, and I'm not talking about Bill Clinton's former cat. The Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index shedding right now, 2%, just about. This is a 3-day rout, and it's close to a correction, down almost 9% since the peak. The tech-heavy NASDAQ, as a result of that, that is lower right now. The NASDAQ is down 1.2%, shedding 290 points. S&P 500, 54 points lower. That's down 0.75%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 208 points right now. That is down 0.4%. And you mentioned this, Carl, it certainly isn't helping. Treasury yields, they continue to surge. The benchmark 10-year yield, 8 basis points higher, 4.66. The long bond up 5 basis points, and that is at 4.17. Meantime, Cameron Dawson at New Edge Wealth says, you know what, the backdrop does remain positive for equity investors.
I think what's fascinating is that even if you remove tech from the revenue growth number, the ex-tech revenue growth for the quarter was still 9%, which is extraordinary in this environment. And we are in a very robust nominal GDP environment.
Investors waiting tomorrow after the close, get the numbers from NVIDIA. They open their books for investors. Right now, those shares ahead of that, down 0.5%. And Google shares, they are down 1.8%. Google agreeing to create an AI cloud business with Blackstone. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. And back to Paul and Bayou Scarlett.
All right, here's my Bayou story. The one and only time I found myself on the Bayou, I found myself in a duck blind at 4 a.m. waiting for some ducks to fly by so we could shoot them out of the sky. Why was I doing that? Because I was trying to get some investment banking business out of this company, and that was the way. I would go further than my competitors. And we got it, by the way. We got the mandate to the company.
That's, I would expect nothing less from Paul.
Exactly.
Paul's investment banking tales never fail to surprise.
Duck blind at 4 a.m. somewhere in Louisiana. That's kind of how I roll.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so it worked. All right, very good, John Tucker. Thank you so much. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on the internet thing here. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We can do that with Vildana Heinrich, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. Vildana, what are you looking at today?
Well, I'm thinking of the famous Bayou song that nobody's even mentioning,
What's
right?
that?
Down by the Bayou?
Oh,
No?
down by. Oh, yeah.
Creedence.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
that's
good.
a band that John
Since
knows.
you bring it up, there's a famous recording studio, or at least there was. The Stones recorded there.
Muscle Shoals.
Allman Brothers. Dwayne Allman started there. They were called the Swampers in this studio.
Yep.
Amazing studio.
I'm just a terrible singer,
digress.
so I wasn't going to sing any part of that. But I'm looking at shares of Home Depot, which we were just talking about. That's ticker HD. Shares are actually flat right now, but it is a big item in the news today after the company's one of its key sales gauges missed expectations in the latest quarter, and that's given some of the muted housing demand that we've been seeing, high borrowing costs. All of that is sort of limiting consumer spending on improvement projects. That key gauge is sales at locations open at least a year, which was 0.6% during the 3 months that ended May 3rd, according to the company, and that was below what analysts had been expecting. So just another way to be looking at how consumers are feeling in this economy.
Well, let's stay with that theme and look at how consumers are regarding their spending on wellness and sports and activity. You have another company that really showcases that.
I was hoping that you would try to pronounce this one because I'm going to be mispronouncing. Is it Amer Sports?
I think it's Amer.
Yes.
Amer?
Amer? Okay.
Oh, see, there's no
We're all
consensus.
having issues today. Yeah, like America. Amer. Okay, ticker AS.
Thank
But
you.
Please have
okay,
the
good ticker.
Shares up as much as 8% today after it raised its full-year guidance, and first quarter results beat estimates, and that's helped by demand for Salomon shoes. So I ended up, did I mispronounce that one?
Salomon, those are the ski boots I wear, Salomon.
I've not heard of this brand, which is why this company was interesting to me because
Do you ski or snowboard?
No.
No.
Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. That explains it.
But they have hiking shoes, it looked as well. I looked it up and I did not recognize the shoes, but
They're kind of old school ski company.
I see. So all of you are
Or
fans
ski brand.
of these shoes.
Paul Sweeney is like,
Wait
what?
a minute.
It's been around for a
Old
while.
school.
Okay, very good. Yep. Yeah, old
What she meant to say is old.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so what did they do? They had some numbers out?
Yes, and now they're expecting revenue to go 20% to 22% this year, up from an earlier forecast of 16 to 18%.
Okay, one more.
One more, that's shares of Hyperliquid Strategies. This one is a little bit closer to my home turf, covering cryptocurrencies. That's ticker PURR. Shares are up some 12%, as much as 12% today after a Bloomberg report that the Securities and Exchange Commission Corporation is said to be readying some plans for trading crypto versions of stocks.
Tokenized stock trading.
That's right. And so this is a big report. It led the New York Times Deal Book section today. We just have, an inkling that regulators are interested in this and looking at this.
All right, so DeFi platforms like Hyperliquid would certainly benefit. Vildana, thank you as always. Vildana Hajrik, she's our team leader for crypto for cross-asset coverage, right? And crypto. There you go. Promotion. Thank you, Valdana. And for more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers reports, where we offer 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, Vildana mentioned Home Depot. So let's get a deeper read on what's going on there and check in with Drew Redding, our U.S. home building analyst, to recap Home Depot's results. And I mean, Drew, this company is just, no matter what, tethered to rising borrowing costs and consumer sentiment. And both of those are kind of working against it right now.
Yeah, so it was a relatively neutral quarter for Home Depot. I think the theme is really stability. They mentioned that during the call that demand is relatively in line with where it was a year ago. They did have a slight miss on same-store sales. But I think what investors will latch on to and get a little bit of comfort with is the fact that they maintained their full-year same-store sales guide. Now, when they initially came out with that, it was calling for growth of 0 to 2%. So I do think that they left themselves a little bit of wiggle room to see how the rest of the year plays out. But to your point, we mentioned stability. That is the case, but what the company is missing is kind of that next catalyst, and it's really housing that continues to remain frozen due to elevated rates. We're back up near 6.7%, and that's after getting to a 5 handle earlier in the year. And then, as you mentioned, consumer confidence. We've heard this pretty much across the housing ecosystem, and it's that consumers are worried about the outlook for the economy, the outlook for employment, and they're just pausing on these big purchasing decisions.
What's your world, Drew, your world of home building and all that kind of adjacent stuff? Let's assume rates are higher for longer. How does your world adapt? I mean, it just seems like if I'm a buyer, I'm a seller, at some point I got to throw in the towel and say, hey, it's been a number of years here. This seems to be the new world here in real estate.
Yeah, it does seem like the level of demand that we're at right now is kind of a floor. We've been bouncing along a 4 million unit annualized rate in the housing market for a couple of years now. The new home market has been relatively stable for a couple of years now. So, there is a certain level of churn that's going to happen regardless of where rates are. Things happen. People get married, they have kids, they need to move. But to your point, I mean, there's still 70% of mortgage holders out there with a rate at 5% or below. So without any forced selling activity, there's not a lot of urgency in the market. Now, from the home builder's perspective, what this means is that they're going to continue to have to lean on incentives. That story's been well documented now that they've been very aggressive in their use of mortgage rate buydowns to kind of make the math work a little bit better for their buyers. Coming into the year, I think there was some hope that, rates were going to come down. They'd be able to take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. But it looks like at least over the next couple of quarters, they're going to have to continue to offer those concessions to move inventory.
All right, good stuff, Drew. Thank you so much. Drew Redding is our home building analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence, giving us a read on Home Depot and the home building industry as a whole. Of course, very, very dependent on rates and where rates are. And right now, Paul, rates are higher. They've been going higher since last Friday, but, actually, if you take a step back, even long before then, It's just that Friday, it looked like it was everything moving in concert with bond yields in the UK, Japan, and Europe all moving higher. So, of course, we needed to bring in John Authers. He is one of our Bloomberg Opinion contributors. He's also an editor at large, some kind of senior editor title here,
Something
right?
like that.
Something like that. John Authers is in studio with us right now. And John, what surprises you the most about what we've seen in this march higher in bond yields, not just in the U.S., but around the world?
I guess what surprises me is that it finally happened.
Okay. Yeah, he'll come on and just do all this stuff for us. Like I just give him control of the computer, he just does everything, and then I just have to put a button to start everything. Whatever he has, he takes crypto. No, he's really good with all of that. He'll do it all for you. You can tell him what you want to do. He'll set it up all for you. A little bit. I'm gonna keep that. All the oil ones I'm fine with. Chevron, XLE is the ETF for all of the oil stocks. Yeah, that's the oil ETF. That has all of the major oil companies in it, and so that trades a lot. Got it. I mean, if you just share your screen where your charts are at for Zoom, that should work too. Yeah. With Trader.io Pro, yeah, that's super helpful. Yeah. I mean, it's like one of a lot of things, but it's certainly helpful. Um, oh, I mean, I went for like 2 hours about it. Anything you'd ever want to know, sector flow and which options have the most volume coming into them right now. All of the alerts for politician trades, CEO trades, hedge fund trades that we scrape the internet for hedge funds that are announcing partnerships. Like anything you could ever imagine in GEX levels, which literally are the things that are where price will either move to one level or another. It'll show you the chances or how big of a chance it will for it going to that certain level. So but then you don't have charts either. I believe. Hmm. No, I could get it. Yeah, I see no charts, but I could try to look at it on YouTube, maybe whatever you're looking at, or whatever, or you could just say whatever it is, and I'll just look at the chart on my end. Yeah, this is going to be probably better if we actually like practice this beforehand. Okay. I don't even see me. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me go to live where live is right. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Oh no, we're good. I can see everything on YouTube now. Go back to a daily chart. Yeah, the 1 day. Okay. See yesterday's daily candle? No, just stay on a daily time frame. No. If you kind of look back, you'll see that that whole structure is a triangle. So that whole that whole thing being a triangle, that popped out yesterday. Okay. And then once that popped out, it broke that entire triangle structure on the daily time frame. And because space is a trending industry with some catalysts like SpaceX coming out, you know, we're able to we're able to decipher that they can run to its next resistance. Its next resistance on the daily time frame. There were two other times where it got there recently, the next level. Um, Let me just see exactly which level that is. It should have been on ASTS. Somewhere around 104, 103. Like if you draw a horizontal line across, like going back from Friday. I'm sorry, Friday, March 6th, going all the way across. Yeah, you're gonna, I mean, to see the triangle, you'd have to go all the way back to like January. But you'll see starting in January, there was a huge triangle. And the next level would be at 105 for ASTS. So it hit 104, 105 two times recently. And now, yeah, oh yeah, as soon as it started moving down in the morning. I won't take losses like more than 50% or 45% like the next day because a 522 play, it needs to work the next day or not. It was either going to continue up to 104 or it was going to go down to, or it was going to fail this morning. No, because every day that you have it, like especially for Friday, like you're running out of time. Like because if it goes down like a little bit more tomorrow, and let's say you're down 80%, like the chances of that coming back is like almost nothing. It's like zero at that point. No, but I have IGV, which is the ETF for software. That's the only sector that's doing well. On ASTS, it's literally a triangle starting from like the beginning of the year, the high of the year, like in January. You put a trend line going down, hitting, you know, uh, going down to the bottom right of where current price is basically. Yesterday, that popped out of it. So in any trending industry, if there's a big structure break with a big catalyst like SpaceX, and you have 105 as a possible power of three, meaning 3 times back up to resistance, or maybe 104, then I'll take that shot any day because, let's say the contract's worth $150. If, you know, I lose $75, that's whatever, but I could have made $400 if it went up to 103 or something. So because it was for Friday, so it was really just a make or break. So I'll put up 75 to make up 400 any day. Usually I would say 8 out of 10 times that would work, or 4 out of 5 times this would work. It just didn't work today. I think a lot of small caps outside of software just fell today. So it just is what it is. I didn't really think much of it, but I'll possibly play it back up again if it starts to get some steam. But if I have a short-term contract and it's not doing well, I just cut it immediately. Yeah. Hmm. These are rough to look at. Let's go. You need to go over where current price is, and then you need to like zoom out a little bit. Like, no, I mean, you need to, yeah, no, not in, out. You could always, one thing I like to do on TradingView at least is if you move your mouse over to where price is and double click it. Oh, there you go. Whatever you have now, that's good enough. Just stay where you are. No, go back to the left. Go back to the left. Like move it back to the left. All right. That mm, no. Yeah, no, I see everything. It's just I want you to go back to the triangle because that's where we could start drawing this. There you go. Stay right there. Now, draw a trend line starting from the top of this. Like go up to the top left. Go to where. No, a trend line. There you go. And then you have support like down here. All right. So then you popped up. And then over here, that's the resistance I was talking about. Here's 1. Here's 2. Here was going to be 3. And so I wanted to see it when it broke. I don't know. Special magic powers. Now we go up. That was what I was looking for. That didn't happen. So it went back in real quick today. So, but I'll take that shot any day. That's what I'm. Yeah, but I mean, I mean, really, it's just trend line. There's, yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean, again, I think if ASTS, you said 92. Yeah, I like the 92 something, 9250 level. Um, well, 9250 is like the next like near term resistance for it. So like if it gets above there, it could get to 105. No, that's not happening today. I don't think anything's happening today. Nvidia earnings are tomorrow night. So no, I think it was Wednesday into Thursday morning. So nobody's doing anything today. CleanSpark is actually a nice chart. No, I'm just as you're talking, I'm just putting them in on my side, just looking at them. Yeah. Whatever works. My face disappeared. No, I haven't been to California yet, but I do New York ones like every month. I do in-person events. I was in Miami, I was in West Palm Beach last week. I spoke at a conference. I mean, I interned there. It's harder getting into the stock exchange than it is like getting on like an international like plane. There's like 30 minutes of like security before you can get on there because there's not that many people at the New York Stock Exchange anymore. There's like maybe a couple, like maybe 3 dozen people at the stock exchange now. Like it's almost empty. It's like a room full of just like emptiness now. Yeah, they have an effort to reach out to influencers to like you can go and get your picture taken and everything. It's funny because people will like use it as some sort of credibility that they visited it. I mean, any tourist can really visit it, but um, it's funny people just take like their picture there and then like make like a whole thing of it. Um, but it's it's an experience. You can usually message someone who like works there or like usually like the CNBC people will like sort of reroute you to there's because there are some people that are influencers that actually work there. So they'll try to have people on there. They do. They do. Do it. Yep. On the way up. Depends on the chart. Like, is this Merck? This is ASTS. So I guess it would be whatever, like it depends on your plan for it. Like, do you want to make it a long-term position or no? Oh, it's an options play? Oh, then you have to get rid of it soon. Then take it. Like, no, you don't. You don't though. Like, yeah, the chart looks better now. Like, if it can get above 118, 116, it can go all the way up to 122. I would rather take profit here, re-enter at 116 to try to play it up to 122. Because you don't have you keep saying you have it till 529 and that's just not true. Um like because you have to look at it like well, because every day you're losing money on it. And then eventually what will happen is if you have two bad days in a row, you're 120. I mean, I looked at okay, I mean, the problem is though that there's a 50 moving average like right in front of it with a lot of like sell pressure that it has to get through. But, you know, I don't know, anything like in May like would scare me. Like I have like what I call like these green and red blocks on my screen, which is like um unusual orders or orders that are there. And there's just a big red one like right at 115. So that's why it's having trouble getting above 115 right now. So from Merck. So like if it were me, I would just take the profit and when it gets to 116, I would re-enter again and try to play it up to 122. But or you could just also do, you could say if it goes below 114.22 or 114.20 or whatever, like then you could just sell it. Yeah, it's moving up nicely now, 140, 114.75. Um, I don't know. Like if it were me, I would just sell it at 115 and then I'd put an alert at 116 to see if it can get there. And if it does, I would just enter it again. Or Yeah, I mean, it's possible it can get to 115.50, but it did clear a lot of the recent highs. We're basically right there. And now, yeah. I've played, I mean, I played it when I was younger, but it's a similar strategy. Like I fold a lot of, I would, if it were the same analogy, I would be folding all the time. Yeah, I mean, there's a saying for that, like, how much is it really? So a lot of times people will want to know, like, oh, well, if I do this and it gets to this level, then what should I do? If it gets to this level, then what should I do? And I'm like, well, just think about it like in money terms of how much is that really? Like, do you mind, like some people will be down like 80% on an option. They're like, what do I do? And I'm like, well, how much is it worth? And they're like, $18. And I'm like, so why do you care? Like, what's the worst thing that could happen? You could lose the $18 or it could come back. Or I guess you could cash out for that $18, I guess. But, you know, like the ASTS call was fine because I was perfectly fine willing to risk $75 to make 400. But I wasn't willing to risk the second half of that 75. I'd rather just take it out and try again another time. Because eventually I'll hit that. I'll hit it pretty easily at some point. It's just not going to be today. On what? Uh, the main thing I like about Merck is that if you look on a daily time frame back to the beginning of the year, it's the same situation where like you have 120, 124, it hit twice. So usually on a third time up, it will get there. Yeah. It's hard to run so many programs at once. Yeah, you have a lot going on here. I do, yeah. Hmm. You will. A lot of this is just like trading. Content creation is just in this industry is trial and error. So like you could see how other people do it. Like eventually you'll have guests on and like you'll be talking about a position and then you'll have your what's it called? You know what though, to be honest, like you need that kid to help produce you. Like he'll come on and just set this all up for you and you just tell him exactly what you want and he'll just do it for you and show you how to do it like a bunch of times until you know how to do it on your own. Um, it's worth it. He doesn't charge that much and he's like always available. The problem is he's in India, so um, but he works with all of the financial creators that I know. So like he does this. This is like what he does. Yeah, he's in India. Yeah, no, he's good. All the financial creators use him, so like he knows this really well. He knows exactly what you want to do, or how you want to present it, and he'll set it up for you. Like he'll just take over your screen and he'll just start moving things around for you. and then showing you how to do it. And then like he'll stay on as long as you want him to stay on and help you for. Yeah, I bought a gaming computer just to stream with. Like I only use it for streaming. I use my laptop for everything else. Like I use it for my Zoom calls with my group. I use, like I use my phone and my laptop for trading. I only use my gaming computer with my monitors for streaming. That's the only thing I use that for. So if I want to stream, I go to that and use that setup. If I want to do a Zoom with my group, I go on my laptop. It's just easier. For me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I think it is pretty entertaining to have to actually watch the money go up and down. I think that's the entertaining part of it, for sure. People like to see a constant, money flow of things moving up and down. Um, and then like in a clip, you can speed that up and see, like, yeah, people like to see money go up. It's just one of those things that you will, and you could make those too. It's not incredibly difficult. Um, no, none of these things are as difficult as it seems anymore. Um, Anything that you can think of, you can make. 115.65 is like the resistance for it. You're at 115 right now. 170? Oh, that's how much money you have. So put it at like 175. The mark is at 3. So that's how much you have total, 358. Right. So then put it at like, yeah, so your mark's at 358. So then put it at like I don't know, like $10 more than that. $15 more, like 370 maybe. Right there. That's good. You can't hold it to the end of the month because it's an option. You can't just hold it to the end of the month. Like it will become worthless. It doesn't even matter how much far up it goes. You can practically hold it, but it doesn't make sense because it'll just become worthless. It would have to go up like so much that uh, you'll see. The goal of options in short term is you want quick moves if it's short term. You don't want to hold these like for weeks. If you have a 3 week expiration or a 2 week, if you have a 2 week expiration, you need to be out of there within 2 days. Yeah, of course. I mean, the sooner, the bigger and sooner the better. Obviously, the bigger the better, obviously, but sooner the better too. Because I'm sure you've had things go to negative 99 before, right? No, 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 no. It can only go to negative 100. You can only lose what you put in. Yeah, you can only lose what you put in. So, yeah. hmm it got to a support level. You know what though? There's daily cycles now, and like the daily cycle is like price goes straight up in the morning, and then it goes down between like 10 and like 10:45 and 30 till like 1 o'clock. And then from there, that'll tell you the rest of the day if it'll end up going higher or lower. For me, I enjoy 3 to 4 o'clock the best because 3 to 4 o'clock is like the end of the market. I can see things better for the next day. Um, yeah, it depends what's happening that week, but if there's just not much happening, it's just a normal, like the last 6 weeks in a row, it was pretty easy to enter anything on a Tuesday and get out like in a couple of days later. I'm not worried about Chevron. There's a lot of times I don't even look at my positions throughout the day. Then you wake up and you're up a lot. Yeah. I mean it's because you're not looking at it, like because you've set something where you think it'll work and then you because if you sit there and microanalyze it like for forever, eventually you'll just take it out. Yeah, maybe. I mean, XLU is an ETF for energy. That'll always keep going up. That's the top energy stocks. You could play options on that. That's not a real thing anymore. But like if you have but like nobody actually did that though, because if you have a cash account, like you would just bypass all of that. What broker is this? You could move it over to a cash account on Robinhood in like 30 seconds. Yeah. Well, yeah, just not today. No. I don't know. How much are you down? What percentage are you down in the option? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm gonna be out in about 5 minutes, so um, but I'll come back and do this with you again. So is there anything else you want to go over real quick? Uh, yeah, I like XLE. Well, but then again, you like to buy things short term. Like I believe in it longer term. Like I think oil stocks will keep going up. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you're going to get out of it so fast. It doesn't need to get to the strike price. It doesn't even need to get close to the strike price. As long as it goes up, it's the only thing that matters. Because if ASTS went up at all today, I would have followed it until it stopped moving, and then I just would have gotten out of it. Mm, because yeah, it's less expensive, less risk. The downsides, the delta is a little bit lower, might not move as well. If it goes down, it's going to go down faster. But if it's going to go up, it's going to go up faster. So for me, that was a complete overnight risk play. It was either going to work or it didn't. It was one or the other. It wasn't going to be like, I had to make it like it was going to be an easy decision the next day. That this morning, which it was. It went down, so I got out. Which one? Um, you ever use OptionStrat? OptionStrat.com is a free website where you can like plan out your trade and like it'll tell you how much to make. It's kind of like the option simulator. Like it'll show you like what I was using yesterday. Like it'll show you like exactly. Yeah, but like it's not you can't it doesn't give you like anything else. Like it just gives you like a possibility of where it can get to and that's fine. But like you can't see like the volume and open interest and everything else. Like you want XLE now. I mean, it's pretty liquid. What you're getting, which one? June 18th, 60.5s? No, you have to stop doing these May 22nd calls. I mean, you can do whatever you want. But like I need to give myself time because because here's the thing, I know it'll work. So or I have a high percentage of it working. So I need to give myself time in case it goes down. The problem is if May 22nd it goes down at all tomorrow or after NVIDIA, it may have a really hard time. It'll just be at zero by Friday so fast. Um, June 18th, at least gives me like 6 or 7 trading days for it to like work out for me to some degree. You really follow these all throughout the day. No, I get it. It's, you know what? This is like an addiction phase. People get addicted to it, and it's fine because it's what you're doing is trial and error. There's nothing wrong with it. But eventually you'll start to realize like the time doesn't equal more money. It's actually less time will make you more money. Like you go in, you put some trades in, you put some alerts in, then you just do something else. And then check up on it every now and then. Like I can't sit there and look at a chart all day. I do it so much in my group that for what? So then just change it to 96. You're going to be fine. I think the biggest thing for you is going to be, like, yeah, well, no, you don't even have to. For someone who's only been doing this for a really short time, I don't think it's been weeks. I think it's probably been about a month for you. But I, even for a month, you're still much more ahead than most people are because most people are just so scared that they won't even try. Your first options trade was May 11th. Yeah, you started at an amazing time. Yeah. What is you have Merck, you have XLE, and you have Google, and you have what else? Well, okay. So you have a lot. Oh, Tesla. Okay. Um, all right. So no, you're doing great. I would just keep doing what you're doing because it's just a trial and error phase at this point of just learning options. The problem is at some point, like you're gonna get burned like bad on some of these. Like, um, the charting's not bad either. Um, but you need to like actually at some point probably learn like what levels are like common levels for these because you'll see that they just go up and they stay at certain levels, but you'll do great. I'm not that worried about you. I think you're gonna do great. I'm not just saying that because I'm here. I think you're gonna do just fine. Yeah. Oh. There's certain personalities that work in trading over others. So, you know, if you have the confidence that you'll get it back and then some at some point, you just don't really know when, but it'll be soon. Like those are the people that usually do the best. You don't let losses affect you. I don't know, anything for May for me. But again, you're in software, so it's at least a trending industry. So you should be fine. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't even buy it. I didn't even want to. I was like, no, it's too many people talking about it at once. And it might be, but I wouldn't buy it. Like for me, I would buy shares. Like I wouldn't have bought an option because, okay. But anyways, it seems like you're doing great. I gotta jump off, but I'll definitely, yeah, maybe next time. The new moon is where you want to get in. That's really just for entertainment, but it was interesting to see how new moons during those cycles go up 1,000% over the average market. So um, I don't know. I don't keep track of moon cycles, but I might have to now. I might have to add one in Trader Daddy Pro and see if it works. Um, there's a new moon, a full moon, a waxing crescent, a warning crescent. There's different types of crescents. I know that. That's about the extent of that, though. I don't really know. I just know the new moon is like the best one by far. So we'll see. I got you something. I got it a little bit back for you. But yeah. But you know what though? If I had to do the ASTS trade again, I would have done the same exact thing. Even knowing what I know now. Well, knowing what I know now, I wouldn't have, but like I would have done the same exact thing. It was the correct thing to do. It wasn't um I don't know. To be honest, I want to be in cash the day after Nvidia earnings. I don't know. I'm not going to do anything. Yep. I'm going to just there's the one thing I've gotten really good at over the years is like knowing when to push the pedal down and when to like kind of let up. Like there's certain weeks I don't want to push it. There's other days where I just am like, no, I'm just gonna sit in cash for a little bit. And right now is one of those times where I'm like, I'm just not gonna push it right now because there's just nothing there. When Apple was going up every day the last 3 weeks, I was in it every single day, every morning. Um, well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, like Apple is the easiest one to play regardless of anything. Like I check that before anything else. But right now it's kind of just stuck at 300. But when it was breaking out at 275, I knew it was going to go to 300, so it was just a matter of time. But anytime's a good time for Apple because they always do share buybacks. They buy back their own shares, so it always propels the stock higher. So, but I do got to get going. I got to walk my dog. It's okay. It was nice having you on. I appreciate the hospitality. And looking forward to doing this again soon. Yep. Take care, bro.
Oh, what? My mic's been off this whole time? I've been talking into the abyss. I don't remember muting it. Anyway. There's Bloomberg. Let's get rid of this. You're trying to hit me out. Let's get rid of this. Wait. If I put PFE. I pull up the... Nice. I figured something out. It automatically brings up the profit and loss when I bring up the chart in the search. This is exciting. No, Merck is going down. No. Oh. He said, bro said. I'm gonna let it chill. What time is it now? 9:20. They say stuff starts moving around 9:30, 10. So it just keeps going down. But I have hope. I have hope that it's gonna crush. I was willing to let it ride till the end of the month. XLE's up $10. See, this is nice. I figure the best strategy is to bring people on that know what they're doing and just have them tell you what to do. That's my strategy. Just find someone that knows what he's doing and tell him what to do, or tell him to tell you what to do. Have him tell you to do stuff. And it's not always hit, because it's hit and miss. So he told me about Chevron and ASTS, and Chevron hit. ASTS not so much. Chevron's climbing up as we speak. Johnson & Johnson's crushing it too, slowly but surely, slow and steady. So, now service is going down, man. Dude, I was up so much. Alright, be back in a bit. Turn this off.
Home this afternoon. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ recapping here, all trading lower. S&P down right now by just about 0.6%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet tracking the markets for us. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew live in Atlanta, Georgia, where it is primary day today. It's primary day in a number of states across the country, but obviously there are many themes that bring them all together, including the state of the economy, which will be on the mind of voters as they head to the polls in all these states today. And of course, one of the most present obvious signs of economic pressure in the form of higher prices. It's coming still at the gas pump. It is a little bit lower here in Georgia, Joe, than the national average. But still, with prices like this, we've heard consistently since arriving here in Atlanta that is a major focus for voters. And frankly, it's one that doesn't look like it has any sign of improving in the near term, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Maybe not NATO is going to look to get involved in that in July, but that's still 2 months out. And the midterms
you
are
can't
drawing
remove
closer.
these two stories, that's for sure. It's top of mind for voters here in Atlanta, throughout the state of Georgia, all 6 states that are voting today. You're right, though, $3.99 on average here in Georgia is better than most in the country, as a matter of fact. We're at $4.53 nationally today, according to AAA. Crude oil is pretty flat, I guess, based on what the president said yesterday, averting another potential strike, as he was suggesting. But look, this is feeding through the core, as we've talked about a lot, and it's making food costs higher as well. So this is obviously something that is going to factor into what many see as local issues, but they're national ones, and they bring us right back to the Middle East. Breck Heidelberg is managing director at FTI Consulting and specializes in risk management, joining us now here at our set in Atlanta. Breck, it's great to have you as part of our conversation. Thanks for being with us today on Bloomberg.
And gas prices, not just for cars and trucks, but also gas prices, not just for cars and trucks, but also airfare. You know, especially now, the primary season hits right at summer travel season, and especially now, the primary season hits right at summer travel season, and you mentioned gas prices, but if you check your flights, everything's a lot more expensive now than it was, at spring break and even before that. Now it's only going to go up as we start to see the kind of trickles through the economy.
Well, and that's if there's jet fuel to fuel those planes to have higher ticket prices on said planes. So do you see, from your lens, having worked at the State Department, as any reason for optimism that this is a situation that might improve materially soon? Because it seems like every week, Joe and I are having the same conversation. There is no deal. The president wants a deal. He's going to hold off on talks in the pursuit of a deal. But when's the deal actually going to come?
Well, depends on what kind of deal you want, I think. I mean, and that's the whole problem here is that, both sides have, things that they want. There's criteria that are in their core national interests, and it's hard. It's something that's normally not a short-term thing you do. It takes years. The previous rounds of negotiations took several years, almost a decade. I started a career working under the George W. Bush administration all the way through the Obama era in a nonpartisan role. But so you see the behind-the-scenes machinations of how these things work. It takes a lot of time, political capital, diplomatic energy to sustain these, and there's a reason why it took so long just to get an interim agreement before. So it's really tough.
Well, now we're looking at a 2 or 3 day timeline, according to the president talking with reporters. 2 or 3 days, we could be striking Iran again. Does that hasten a deal or push it further away?
I mean, I guess there's a lot of things. These are complicated where it doesn't fit neatly in, especially in political season, like a talking point. These are long, historic issues between the United States and Iran, go back decades. And, they're talking about issues now that took years to get to this point and then are going to take normally years to resolve. So, in the short span, you don't know. I mean, anything is possible. There's always room for, a deal, or at least pushing the status quo to I think everybody just wants to avert further, military action and further, catastrophe in the region and come back to some phase of normal. But what that is, the normal is not going to be the normal there was before the conflict. I think that's one thing people agree on. Like, what comes next is going to be very different than what happened before.
Well, and when we consider what a deal could ultimately look like, presumably Iran is going to want some material sanctions relief, and I know that that's the space that that you focus on. What could that look like in practice? Is it going to unlock global markets for Iranian products? I just wonder how we should expect that to unfold, assuming it happens.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what that looks like. The devil's going to be in the details, but I mean, none of these things are things that can be resolved overnight, and the market's going to react. Especially when you're dealing in oil prices and energy. These are long-term contracts. It takes a long time for the impacts to be felt. And there may be some short-term impact in Iran and Iran's economy if they have access to frozen funds, which most of the, from what I've seen, that's been a lot of the negotiations around. Like, this is Iran's money frozen in accounts. They get it back, and what do they do with it? That's not necessarily going to help the global economy. It might help Iran's economy, help them recover after the conflict, which in theory, the faster they can rebuild, damaged infrastructure, the better that'd be for the oil and gas industry.
Well, so give us the corporate view on this. You've worked with some major corporations in managing risk around certain projects, including Microsoft. How do you make investment decisions right now in such an uncertain environment, or do you start betting on that new normal that you suggested? If we're not going back to where we were, how do you plan for where we're going?
I think you have to bet on the uncertainty continuing. It's one of those things where uncertainty is now certain. That's kind of how you have to look at it. So you can't really expect things to be predictable.
It's job
anymore.
security for you, right?
I guess it's one of those things where in government you wanted to be out of a job if you did your job right. All right, we don't need any non-proliferation specialists anymore. That'd be great. We won't have to worry about these things. But I mean, planning is key. But companies are trying to figure out how do we plan for this situation and what's next. I think that's what's the next phase of this is really doing more long-term thinking. And but the interesting piece of this is where these conversations are having. Traditionally, like geopolitical risk conversations, these are like grand strategy held at the White House and in capitals and then at the boardroom. Now people in operational level are talking about these issues because now the people who are responsible for moving things overseas or importing things are now impacted. Things used to be the decisions the CEO would make would then kind of trickle down below. Now you're seeing things trickle up to the board because the people who are trying to export chips, like we can't move our stuff to build our projects. Like how do we do that? So now these conversations are happening across the board. You're also seeing it locally too. People who don't normally care about geopolitical issues are now like really engaged in these issues. So and I think Atlanta is kind of the microcosm of that, of what's happening, in the United States and also globally, where we're home to a lot of multinational companies, either American headquarters or the U.S. headquarters for foreign firms. And so the rubber really hits the road here. You're seeing a lot of conversations at all levels of companies trying to figure out what to do next.
You mentioned exporting chips a moment ago, and obviously we're fresh off President Trump's trip to Beijing. Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA CEO, was along for the ride. We know the U.S. has greenlit the export of H200 chips if China will allow countries to buy them. I wonder what you make of that decision and the entire conversation around exporting these advanced chips specifically to a strategic adversary and competitor.
Well, I'll leave the political aspect of that for some of your other guests, but in terms of the operational aspect, I think it is more uncertainty, I think, in terms of, for export controls are generally well understood. And they are well understood by a certain segment of the industries are really impacted by this. So but now, in the last few years, there's, with the start of the trade wars and tariffs and now export controls and other adjacent policies and regulations, there's a lot more industries and companies that are impacted by this. So we've never had to deal with this. And chips have always been regulated somehow, but not to this extent. So I think there's more now just uncertainty of like, oh wait, what can we do? Like where can we export these? And that from the business planning perspective is very hard because you have to plan ahead knowing we need to buy these amount of chips from certain companies that make them and try to sell them to build our data centers or sell them to your resellers. That's really hard if you don't know what the final rules are going to be.
Hey, Breck, we just got a seismic post from President Trump, so pardon the interruption here. I can't get over this, Kaylee. He has made an endorsement, as we told you would happen, in the Texas Senate primary, and he did not choose the incumbent.
No.
Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, gets the support of Donald Trump. This is remarkable. To consider this moment when John Cornyn could have been the majority leader in the Senate a couple of years ago, this could mean a very decisive end to this primary.
Yeah, the president saying John Cornyn is a good man and I worked well with him, but he was, quote, not supportive of me when times are tough. He says Ken is a true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas and will continue to do so in the United States Senate. Of course, that is assuming that Paxton can win against the Democrat in this race, James Talarico. And the prevailing wisdom among most political strategists we've spoken with is it would be easier for Talarico to defeat Ken Paxton than John Cornyn in a general. It is a testament to how different primary politics can be to general election
Where
politics.
The establishment candidate might have more appeal broadly in a general election. Donald Trump does go on to talk about Cornyn. He says he's a good man and I worked well with him, but he was not supportive of me when times were tough. And despite having the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term, and he goes on to list a series of achievements considered many to be legendary, John was very late in backing me in what turned out to be an historic run for the Republican nomination and then the presidency itself. Donald Trump backing Ken Paxton today in a breaking story here on the terminal.
Yeah, and I will be looking closely at the reaction from Senate leadership, including the Majority Leader, John Thune, perhaps Tim Scott, who chairs the NRSC, knowing that they, the establishment in Washington, if you will, wanted John Cornyn ultimately to win this race. They have poured immense resources already into this primary, trying to ensure that happens, running attack ads against Paxton. It looks like a lot of that money may have just gone to waste. Of course, that is why so many in the establishment were encouraging President Trump to step in and make an endorsement sooner than this. He's waited some time, remembering this runoff vote voting is already underway.
Yes.
And of course, it is final as of next week.
In all caps, Ken Paxton will never let you down! Exclamation point. Donald Trump on Truth Social turning away from the establishment candidate, the incumbent John Cornyn, longtime senior senator in Texas. I'm sure this is not considered good news by his camp. James Talarico might like this headline, though, Kaylee, as you mentioned. We'll have to invite him back to the program. I hope we can invite Breck Heidelberg back to the program as well. Breck, FTI Consulting on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump has endorsed Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton in the state's Republican Senate primary. Trump cast incumbent Senator John Cornyn as insufficiently supportive of his agenda, saying, quote, he was not supportive of me when times were tough. We'll have more coming up right here on Bloomberg Balance of Power. And in the New York metro area, specifically Long Island, Governor Hochul says LIRR service will be back in full operation by 4 p.m. Wall Street time. Stocks are being hit again today by a chipmaker rout. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. The S&P down 32 right now at 73.70, a drop there of 0.4%. NASDAQ lower now by 0.3%. Right now we have got NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index down 0.4, and to be sure, the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.7. The Dow is down by 0.3%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Index, actually turning around now, higher by 0.7%. We do have the 10-year 4.66%, the 2-year 4.12%, and the 30-year 5.17%. Gold down 1.3%, 45.07 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude lower a little change, 108.61 a barrel, down under 0.1%. Barrel of Brent just above $111, down now by 1%. Kevin Warsh will be sworn in Friday as Fed chair during a ceremony at the White House with President Trump administering the oath. The president told the Washington Examiner he will let Warsh decide what to do with interest rates. Joe Livornia is chief economist Americas at SMBC Nikko Securities America, and on surveillance this morning he was asked about the Fed under Warsh.
Kevin Warsh will do a great job. I'm very confident of that. However, I don't see how Kevin's going to make a plausible case for rate cuts.
Yeah.
It's just not there. And if the market continues to price tightening, maybe he just pushes back against the committee that's certainly becoming, at least on from the president's, more hawkish. Maybe he pushes back a bit, gets it more center, and then kind of hope for the best. Things maybe unfold in a positive way in the back half of the year.
Joe Livornia of SMBC Nikko Securities America interviewed on surveillance. 8,000 job cuts at London-based Standard Chartered, with CEO Bill Winters warning that a push into AI will replace, quote, lower value human capital with technology. Shares of the bank right now down by 2.9%. Recapping, S&P down 0.4%. We've got the 30-year yielding 5.17%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet. We'll be back with more on the markets coming up at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation and keep the train rolling here on primary day. We're going to expect a lot of breaking news this evening with 6 states going to the polls. Right here in Atlanta, Georgia, we've set up camp for a couple of days here to watch specifically a series of races here, including the Senate primary that will likely lead to a runoff. But there's a whole other Senate primary that we're talking about suddenly, thanks to Donald Trump. Kaylee, the headline on the terminal says it all. It's a jaw-dropper. Trump backs Paxton over incumbent Cornyn in Texas Senate primary. This is an earth shaker in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, and it's an endorsement that has been long awaited and is coming quite late. Early voting has already started in the runoff between these two gentlemen in Texas. That runoff, of course, taking place next Tuesday, May 26th. But President Trump encouraging voters to go for Paxton over Cornyn, calling Ken Paxton a MAGA warrior, talking about how, in the president's mind at least, he is someone who will pursue the passage of the SAVE Act if elected to the Senate, as well as the ending of the filibuster. He calls, in his True Social post, Senator John Cornyn a good man, but saying that he wasn't always there for him when times were tough, keeping in mind, of course, that it is John Cornyn, the incumbent, who Republican leadership in Washington in the Senate were hoping would ultimately be victorious in this primary, as they see him as standing the best chance against the Democratic challenger, James Tallarico.
The man who could have been majority leader, in an incredible turn in his political fortunes with the president weighing in. He's got a couple of other endorsements that we're going to be tracking in the states voting tonight, Kaylee, but in the next week or so, this is going to have a seismic impact on the Senate runoff in Texas.
Yeah, so let's get a little bit more on this now as we turn to our colleague Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, who is in our D.C. studio. So, Tyler, when we consider how long it took the president to make this endorsement, do we have an understanding of why now and why this choice?
Well, Kaylee, President Trump did tell reporters earlier at the White House that part of why he wanted to lend his support at this moment is just because what you mentioned, that early voting had already started yesterday ahead of next Tuesday's runoff race. And President Trump told the reporters just then that he had long wanted to make this endorsement, but had so far held off, considering these two candidates were polling very close together when it came to the primary election back in March. It is considered, though, to be highly significant as Ken Paxton clinches this endorsement. And you read some of President Trump's statement out on Truth Social there, but I also wanted to highlight how in one of the first lines he called Paxton, quote, extremely loyal, going on to indicate that John Cornyn, while, as you mentioned, is a, quote, good man, he talks about how Cornyn was delayed, in his words, to endorsing him for the Republican nomination in 2024. I pulled it back up. Cornyn's nomination came after Governor Ron DeSantis dropped out of the race, and it was only between President Trump and Nikki Haley. And in President Trump's view, this is something that he has held on to when it comes to his disagreements with the senator who has held this seat since 2002. Now, when we're talking about just how remarkable this is coming at this point in time, it's important to highlight that so much money has been funneled into this race, 80% of which has actually come from Cornyn's camp in terms of attack ads and defending ads. But that means that all of this money is instead going to the two Republican candidates instead of towards the Democratic candidate, James Tallarico. Now, while still a long shot bid, Democrats haven't won a statewide office in Texas since 1994. This does risk momentum for Republicans because so much focus has been between Paxton versus Cornyn instead of a Republican versus a Democrat.
Can't get over this one, Tyler. We'll pull you back in when the next one breaks. Thanks for jumping back on with us. Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, with a breaking story, courtesy Truth Social. And we want to extend our conversation with a Republican strategist who's with us here at our desk in Atlanta, Georgia. Stephen Lawson is principal in Denton's Regulatory Public Policy and Government Affairs Practice. And as I mentioned, a GOP strategist. It's great to see you, sir. Welcome to our conversation today. We thought we'd be talking Georgia politics, and we will, but I'm just curious, your first blush reaction to this one, the president deciding that loyalty is what matters most. How does that collide with electability?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the rub, right? I think you're seeing Donald Trump trying to play kingmaker in Texas as he has in other states. We've seen this unfold in Indiana. We saw it late last week in Louisiana. And so I think you're seeing the president continue to push the boundaries on that and really try to make his endorsement go a long way.
Well, and we have a mixed track record for President Trump when it comes to these endorsements in primaries specifically. Take here in Georgia and Herschel Walker. And I wonder if you think the president may be misguided in terms of his primary selections with general election dynamics in mind in November. Is Ken Paxton the more dangerous choice? Yeah,
Potentially. I mean, I think John Cornyn probably had the stronger case to make in a general election. And, you know, that's always the rub. How candidates fare in a primary versus that general election. And I think we are ground zero here in Georgia for that dynamic, as you mentioned, with Herschel Walker. Also, the president endorsing David Perdue against Brian Kemp in 2022. And so we have an independent streak here in Georgia. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out today and in the weeks ahead.
Before we move on to some of these races in Georgia, should we assume that John Cornyn is down and out? I mean, he's going to be on the ballot. He's got a lot of supporters and he's got a lot of money.
He does, yeah. No, I think this is a huge test for Donald Trump. We've seen him be successful in the previous weeks, but Texas is a different dynamic. John Cornyn has a tremendous amount of goodwill and name ID there, but that race is in neck and neck, and I think it's going to be a photo finish for sure.
Well, we'll all be looking for the outcome of this one next Tuesday. We may have to wait longer for an outcome in another runoff here in Georgia because he has not decided to endorse in this Senate primary either. You have two Republican congressmen, Mike Collins, Buddy Carter, and Derek Dooley, who has been endorsed by the governor. Brian Kemp, the president, has not weighed in on this one. Is he causing this to go to a runoff and more money to be spent Republican on Republican instead of shifting their focus to running against the incumbent Jon Ossoff? Yeah,
this has been a protracted primary that has gone on for well over a year at this point. You mentioned, obviously, Congressman Mike Collins. He's been seen as the front runner in this race for well over a year, followed by Congressman Buddy Carter. Derek Dooley, who the governor has endorsed, has been surging of late. There is some thought that he is going to make it into second place after tonight. And then what does that runoff dynamic look like? Does the president decide to engage, if it is Mike Collins and Derek Dooley, that sets up for another Kemp versus Trump showdown potentially with the implications big as ever.
Well, Clash of the Titans. Why is the governor putting so much of his capital behind Dooley? He could have ended this himself.
He could have. He was obviously, everyone wanted Brian Kemp to run. He's had a tremendous record here in Georgia as our governor. I think his decision to go all in on Derek Dooley has left some questions with people in Republican circles here. But again, this is someone who has the strongest record of any Republican here. He has the strongest favorability and job approval ratings of any Republican here. And, look, underestimate Brian Kemp at your own peril. But I think this is going to be a really steep hill for Derek Dooley to climb.
Well, how steep is the hill to defeat Jon Ossoff, whoever wins this primary? Because going into this midterm cycle, Ossoff obviously was characterized, and perhaps you still think rightly so, as the most vulnerable incumbent.
Just looking over stuff, and it's very disappointing because, see here, this thing was sitting at 1,400 and now it's down to 535. It's heartbreaking, but it is what it is. It was down like 300 and it climbed back up, so I'm hopeful that it would kind of go back up, but should have pulled profits like the bros were saying. I'm looking at Merck right now, and you see here it keeps like struggling here. It wants to go up, like look, 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, and it's like, I want to go up, but it's like something's holding it down. But it wants to. It doesn't want to go down. So I'm gonna hold off a bit. Did I put any? I don't want to put a sell order. I want to wait and see. I just bought some Nokia, and it's like looking promising. Doesn't want to go down. Got Johnson & Johnson that went up. Got Chevron. Like all these are doing okay. My XLE, I just bought it, and it went up $30. That's cool. But this Now Service, man, it's a doozy. So now we wait and see. But the more we wait, the more people are selling off and causing things to go down. So this thing doesn't look good. Looks like it wants to go down. I don't see any candle patterns that show any sign of redemption. I know it's just tanking. Oh my god. Should have cashed out. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's fallen, man. I should have bought puts on it when it was struggling here. I want to see some green action, but doesn't look likely. It's a little green here, but it's way down here. This is sad. This is a sad day in trading. Oh god, man, no. Sad day in trading today. Okay. What happened here?
On track to potentially do that. There was a ruling yesterday from the
This is terrible.
Judicial Qualifying Commission.
Should have taken profits,
that
like the guy said.
potentially there may be some questions about ethics violations there in
I
those
literally
races,
hit the
barring them
jackpot.
from doing things that they can't do.
Yeah.
So that'll be a really
An hour
interesting
ago.
wrinkle to unfold. If they were to win,
Got
will they
greedy.
then be seated, or will this be a problem for them?
We
Should've
just have
been
30
taking
seconds left, but
profits.
what is the one thing Republicans need to have change between now, the primary, and the general in November if they want to improve their odds?
Yeah, I think that we've got to stay focused. I think
Everybody's
we've got to be
dumping.
united here in Georgia. I think that starts with Donald Trump and Brian
It's a
Kemp
learning
getting on the same page.
experience.
I think that's critical to our success. But we've got to continue to talk about kitchen table issues, and we've got to focus. There's a great
I
record
can't
here
see
in
it going
Georgia,
any lower
despite
than
what's
that.
going on nationally of Republicans being able to
No
deliver that.
way.
I think that's
It's
what we've
gonna
got
go
to
lower
focus.
than
We
that.
appreciate you joining us. Republican strategist Stephen Lawson here live with us in Atlanta, Georgia, and our coverage from Georgia on this primary day continues here on Balance of Power.
It's like hold music. If it goes any lower, man, it's just not a good day today. Yeah, when you see all the ETFs drop, you know it's gonna be a dumpy day. There's other stuff climbing up because I'm getting closer back up to 25K. I want to see Tesla go back up, and it is slowly. See, I'm looking at it corner of my eye. In the bottom right, you see Tesla. It's doing okay. Oh, looks like Merck is showing a green wick. Okay, I see a green wick forming for Merck, but it's so far down. I guess as quick as it came down, it could go quickly back up. Just wait and see. Wait and see. This has been a sad day in trading history. Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla climbing up. I should have bought no call on Tesla. Now, according to the books, if I hit this threshold, this line, it'll keep shooting back up. We're already up like $50 from what we lost from Tesla. It's getting there. Man, it seems like what everybody says is wrong. Yeah, someone is Tesla going back up? Nope. Forget about it. Well, here we are. Showing a resistance here, but yeah, it's normal. I like to see this. When you see this, when you see that little red and the big green, that's confirmation that you're in good shape. How much is it for a bit more Tesla? Oh, right now it's like over $1,200.
Live from Atlanta, Georgia, this is Balance of Power
contract.
with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
$1,200.
It's primary day and the polls are open in 6 states, including this one. We join you live from Atlanta, Georgia on a special edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Kaylee Lines. I'm Joe Matthew,
Google
7
climbed
to
back up.
7
That's
East
cool.
Coast time here in Georgia, Kaylee. We're going to be counting votes later this evening. and also tracking Donald Trump's endorsements in a couple of races, including one that just broke, not here, but in Texas.
Yeah, in the Republican primary, which has gone to a runoff scheduled for next Tuesday, President Trump is backing the Attorney General Ken Paxton over the incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn, a man who could have been the Senate Majority Leader at one point, was seen as a contender for that. He has been backed by Senate leadership and the Senate electoral arm, as they see him as the best chance in retaining Texas as a red seat and defeating the Democratic contender James Talarico. But Ken Paxton, who President Trump in his True Social post described as a MAGA warrior, is, I guess, the one who ultimately passed the loyalty test.
That's for sure. MAGA trumping the establishment today, as it were, and that could be the case as well in Kentucky. A similar scenario where the president is trying to primary a Republican by the name of Tom Massey, who he refers to as the worst member of Congress in the history of America. It has become the most expensive House race in American history, and just one of the races we'll be tracking tonight.
Yep, more than $30 million spent.
Stunning.
And again, to underscore it, just in the primary.
Yeah.
This is where we are in American politics, and we follow it for you here on Bloomberg, just as we follow other things for you as well. There's developments when it comes to Iran, as the president warns that he could strike within 2 to 3 days if no deal is seen. So we will keep tabs on that for you, as we always also keep tabs on financial markets, because quite the moves we're seeing in the bond market today in particular. So for that, we check in Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee. Indeed, the 30-year right now at 5.17%. The 30-year hitting the highest since 2007. Equities selling off. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. The stocks, however, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange's semiconductor index has turned around. It is higher now by 0.8%, but still losses for the equity market. S&P 500 index down 23. Well off session lows, down 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 128. A drop there of 0.3%. NASDAQ down 131 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a decline there of 0.5%. The 10-year 4.65%, with the 2-year 4.11%, and the 30-year 5.17%. Gold at $45.07 the ounce. Spot gold down 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day, 108.67 a barrel. Brent 110.72, and again should emphasize the stocks turning around from earlier losses, up now by 0.9%. Among some of the many semiconductor names that make up that index, NVIDIA, which reports tomorrow, higher now by 0.4%. Texas Instruments up 0.7%. Micron up by 5.2%. Advanced Micro Devices does remain lower, a little change, down under 0.1%, and Intel up by 2.3%. Recapping, S&P 500 index down 0.3%. The 30-year 5.17%. The 10-year 4.65%. West Texas Intermediate crude 108.67 a barrel. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business
It keeps
Flash.
happening to me, man. I hold back and
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York. Thank
Google's
you so much.
climbing
I'm
up,
Caitlin Lyons
guys.
alongside Joe
I
Matthew
believe
here
in
in
Google.
Georgia, where if you're watching or listening to us from the Peach State, happy primary day to you. Happy primary day to those in Alabama, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Oregon, and Idaho as well. It is 6 states that are heading to the polls to choose the candidates they'd like to send to November's general election. But it is a 7th state that we actually have our focus on at this hour, thanks in part to President Trump, who has at long last decided to make an endorsement in the Texas Republican primary, not the backing of an incumbent Republican Senator, John Cornyn. Instead, the president has thrown his force behind the Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
Pretty remarkable as we add another endorsement to the list, and this one is a bit of a jaw-dropper, Kaylee. Joining us as we broadcast live from the campus of Georgia Tech here with the sounds of the aviary behind us, we turn to a voice of authority here inside Bloomberg. When it comes to elections, we talked to Greg Giroux, Bloomberg Government Senior Elections Reporter. And Greg, I don't know if you saw this one coming. The president decided to go with Ken Paxton. Is it over for John Cornyn?
Certainly a shot in the arm for Ken Paxton. I wasn't sure if this endorsement was ever going to come, because President Trump weeks ago had teased an endorsement in the Texas race, and it never came. So I am a little bit, I guess, surprised by maybe the late timing of this. It does underscore the White House's confidence that Paxton is probably going to win the runoff. Trump does not take a whole lot of risks when he makes endorsements. But it also underscores, I think, a confidence among the Trump White House that Paxton can hold the seat in November against a determined Democratic opponent and State Rep James Talarico, who's very well funded. Democrats have not won a Senate race in Texas since 1988, and I think the Trump White House is betting that Paxton can continue that streak.
Well, so I guess
How
when we
about
consider
160
streaks
bucks to
here,
play with?
Greg, I wonder if President
Look at
Trump is
Google
feeling like he's
climbing
on a
up.
bit of a streak himself after successfully leading a push against
I wanna
state
let it ride
senators
for
in the state of
tomorrow.
Indiana who wouldn't go along with redistricting, seeing pretty much all of them that he wanted out ousted from their seats in their primary. Then, of course, Senator Bill Cassidy in Louisiana this past weekend. He's hoping for the same today in Kentucky, pushing hard for the ouster of Congressman Tom Massey, who has made it onto the enemies list on this retribution tour, if you will. Greg, what will it mean for the president if he is victorious in Massey not being victorious today?
That'd be certainly a big win for the president if he can oust Massey, who I think is a tougher opponent
I don't
than
know
the
what
Indiana
AOB
Republican senators who defied him on redistricting earlier this month, or Senator Bill
looking
Cassidy, who
interesting.
made himself
Not
immediately
much.
vulnerable by voting
730
more than
bucks.
5 years ago to convict
puts are 880.
President Trump on his second impeachment trial. That's something that Thomas Massey never did.
Too expensive.
He didn't vote to impeach him or convict him. However, Massey did earn the enmity of the White House
much
by
AMD is right now.
clashing with the president on fiscal policy, on foreign war powers, but probably most conspicuously on transparency related to the release of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. And Massey's been very, very vocal about that. I think what makes Massey a little bit more difficult to unseat is also he has a very unique political personality in that district. He's represented for over a dozen years, and I think I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I think Massey's definitely a tough out, even with all of the big spending against him. We've seen more than $32 million spent in advertising this primary, which is more than any House primary in history, according to Ad Impact. Pretty extraordinary.
What do you make of the Senate primary here in Georgia, Greg? The governor could have shut this whole thing down, they say, if he had actually run himself, but he decided to make an endorsement in this case in Derek Dooley, and it looks like this could go to a runoff. Is that the best thing that's happened to Jon Ossoff so far?
Yeah, I mean, the longer that the Georgia Republicans draw this election out, the better for Senator Ossoff, who is the only Democratic senator seeking re-election in the state that Trump carried in 2024. Ossoff, who's unopposed in the primary, never was going to face serious intra-party opposition, can keep building his campaign war chest, which is over $32 million right now as the Republicans continue to spend. We have basically three main candidates in that primary. Congressman Mike Collins, Congressman Buddy Carter of southeastern Georgia, and then Derek Dooley, as you mentioned, backed by Governor Kemp. The last ad I saw from Carter attacked Dooley, which makes me believe maybe Mike Collins is in first place, and that Buddy Carter, is trying to catch Derek Dooley for that second spot in what looks to be a likely runoff election in about a month.
All right, Greg Giroux, Bloomberg's very finest, covering races across the country for us. Thank you so much. But of course, it's races here in Georgia that we are focused on today, and the issues that are shaping them, many of which, Joe, of course, come back to the economy, economic conditions here for the consumer and for businesses that operate here. And that's the conversation we want to get to next. I'm pleased to say joining us on our set here in Atlanta, again, broadcasting from Georgia Tech's campus, is Katie Kirkpatrick, Metro Atlanta Chambers CEO. Katie, thank you for being with us.
I'm happy to be here.
On Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to be in Atlanta. Just can you give us your sense of what you are hearing, especially from businesses, as to the environment they are currently experiencing here in Atlanta? What are the headwinds? What are the tailwinds?
Yeah, so what's really interesting about Atlanta, that we've been on a 30-year growth streak since we hosted the 1996 Olympics. And so we continue to grow above the national average. We have 70% of Fortune 500 companies have a presence right here in Metro Atlanta. And we're sitting right here in Georgia Tech, which is an incredible asset when you're thinking about recruiting talent. So when you think about your customers, your access to the global economy, when you think about attracting talent, those are the things that businesses really are thinking about that are headquartered or have locations here. So it is a great spot right now for businesses that are here in Atlanta. And I am quite bullish on the growth that we're going to see post World Cup, which we will be hosting in 27 days.
You connected the dots there nicely, from Olympics to World Cup, and that's a big deal for you, right? It's not just the economic stimulus that comes with such a massive event, but the halo effect. You're still talking about the Olympics this many years later.
Absolutely. We will be celebrating the 30th anniversary of the 1996 this July, right in the heart of the 8 matches that we will be hosting here. And we have seen the halo effect. We have had double-digit growth for more than 30 years here, right here in the Metro Atlanta region, which represents 6.2 million people and growing. And so the investment, the number of jobs created here in that 30 years, we're looking forward to seeing that type of continued growth post-World Cup, and we're looking to welcome the world.
Well, it certainly is exciting. Of course, the attention of the world isn't always on things that are as festive and positive as massive sporting events like that. When we consider the wider geopolitical climate and an ongoing conflict in the Middle East that, of course, has stifled global energy supplies, how is that feeding through to businesses here? Decision-making strategies that they have to pursue and costs that they are facing?
I hear from our business leaders here that they're quite familiar with uncertainty. If you look over the last 6 years, what each CEO has had to deal with, from a pandemic to a labor shortage to inflation to fuel costs, as we're seeing right now due to geopolitical impacts, they just stay the course. I'm hearing from them that they're just focused on their strategic imperatives, their strategic plan. Certainly, these challenges that are created from the world, from either wars or from tariffs or those types of things, they have to take in stride. But at the end of the day, they're focused on their employees, their customers, how they're delivering on their basic value to those that buy their products and their customers, that right now they control what they can control, and then they just keep moving forward.
We'll talk more about their employees and their customers. You're paying about $4 a gallon, it looks like, in Georgia, which is quite a bit below the national average. At a certain point, though, we see a corrosive impact, and then the conversation about the K-shaped economy comes into effect. This obviously disadvantages the people who are most vulnerable. What are you hearing from your members about consumer spending and sentiment?
Yeah, look, you mentioned the K-shaped economy, and so you certainly, as we see with our markets, we see that those that are on the upper end certainly are less impacted by any kind of value proposition in the marketplace. But we do see on the bottom of that curve, we are seeing stress in the market, and we're hearing from small businesses that these costs are not going to be sustainable in order to either keep them in business or keep them in that scaling mode. And so what we're hypersensitive to is how do we build certainty and business certainty in this state to support that continued growth, especially for our small and medium-sized businesses. And in fact, you can look at our governor when you're talking about the fuel prices. We think $4 is high because we're not used to having $4 gasoline here. But he recently suspended the gas tax in the state of Georgia, recognizing that many in our community needed a break. So we have to give him a lot of applause for making that decision.
Well, and I'm also curious how, as businesses are facing higher costs when it comes to inputs as well as labor, how you're hearing them think about deploying artificial intelligence to maybe find greater efficiencies and higher productivity.
That is the question of the day, right? Is how each business can adopt AI depending on what industry segment that you are on. And so I think we're still at the beginning of that AI revolution. It took us 100 years to do the Industrial Revolution. It took us about 30 years to adopt the internet. We're at about year 5 on AI, if you look at the progress there. And my understanding is that many businesses, small businesses, actually have a higher uptake on AI. And I think that's largely because they're using the more simplistic models. When you get into the larger businesses, they are deploying AI, but what I am hearing is that is not at the diminutive or the cuts in jobs. They're looking at it for productivity and efficiency gains and still waiting to see what that next iteration of AI is. You all know that ChatGPT and Claude seem to release a new update every day, it
Yeah,
seems
right.
like. And so if you're building models and thinking about AI in your workplace, you really have to be cognizant of the change that's coming ahead.
You can't have AI without data centers, and I know that
Yeah.
that's a big growth opportunity and a big debate here, as it is in many states around the country with the competition for water, for power, and other resources. Would you entertain the idea of a data center moratorium if that managed its way onto the ballot, or is there a more nuanced approach to this that the chamber might take?
So I think what's important is to understand the way Georgia has operated over the last couple of decades, which is providing business certainty. What's important here is you have to look at the investments that have already been made.
Okay.
Our energy supply is abundant and reliable and secure. So on the energy side, we feel really good. On the water side, we've been planning for decades to make sure that we have a reliable and safe water supply here. So what it really boils down to is what that local community is willing to accept in their community. Does it meet the value of the community? Does it meet what their citizens want in their community? It's really important that we think about the role that AI data centers play in economic productivity. And if the U.S. is going to continue to grow and hopefully get to a higher growth rate for our GDP, we're going to have to embrace technology like artificial intelligence and the data centers that we are constructing here.
You mentioned a moment ago how we continue to see new iterations, smarter iterations of these AI models, so much so that some of them actually seem quite frightening, whether you're looking at Anthropic's Mythos that says it can find cyber vulnerabilities, something that is of great concern. How are you hearing from businesses about them trying to insulate themselves against some of those kinds of risks?
Well, the nice thing about Georgia businesses is we're right here in the center of Georgia Tech, which does both creating new models for AI computing, but they're also deeply investing in cybersecurity. So the two go hand in hand. So companies are looking not only about what those large language models are that could support them, but they're also thinking about how to protect their intellectual property, how to protect their data that they collect on a daily basis. And by the way, that's nothing new. Businesses have been in the cybersecurity space for a long period of time, but they go hand in hand. It's not an or, it's an and.
Is the chamber, are you prepared for a new governor? This is a big transition for the state.
Of course.
Yeah.
We seem to get one every 8 years.
Yes, you sure do.
And so we are a nonpartisan entity that works with whomever is elected, both at the city or the state level. Our issues don't change depending on who our leadership is.
Yeah.
We want a strong business climate that provides certainty for business to grow. We want an educated workforce, and we want connectivity to the world. And so whoever is elected, we will carry that message to them.
Fantastic. Katie Kirkpatrick, the Metro Atlanta Chamber. She's the CEO, and we appreciate you bringing us into your world here. It's great to be on the ground in Atlanta and here at Georgia Tech.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew, and this is a special edition of Balance of Power, live in Atlanta, Georgia, where voting is underway right now and will be for several more hours before we start counting votes, knowing, Kaylee, that there was an early vote here that set a record in Georgia.
Yes,
1 million people, up 15% from what we saw the year earlier, or the cycle earlier, I should say. And so we're going to be tracking a series of primaries here and in 5 other states. I should also mention Texas. If you're just joining us, President Trump has made an endorsement. He chose the Attorney General Ken Paxton over the incumbent Senator John Cornyn.
Yep, absolutely incredible. And that's, of course, a runoff that we're following next Tuesday, keeping in mind that many of the races here today, whether it's the Senate or gubernatorial, could head to runoffs themselves in June. Yep. So it's a lot that we'll continue to follow for you live from Atlanta here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's nuts. I stepped away for 1 minute to use a restroom, and my Google option just executed, and I made money. I set it at 690, and it sold, but now it keeps climbing. If I let it hang, could have gone up to like 1,000. Nokia's doing good, kind of. It's up from when I bought it. Now Service keeps tanking. Google, I bet people are just selling Now Service and buying Google. That's why it's climbing up. If I just let it ride, dude, I kind of want to jump right back in. How much profit did I make? Let's see. Should have let it ride. From now on, I'm going to buy 2 stocks. Sell one, keep one. Okay. I bought for $5.25, sold for $6.40. I could buy back in for $3.92. I'll just let it go. Stuff is falling. What should I sell right now to avoid losses? Could have sold my Johnson when it was up. So much stuff. Dude. You see Google climbing up. I sold it right about here. It's just climbing. Should have held on to that thing, dude. I messed up. Look at it go. Keep telling me take profits. How's that for taking profits? Took a dump. That's what I did. Took an L. And Merck is dropping too, huh? It's so frustrating. Like getting so close to getting rich, and then you're poor again. So much I should have sold. Merck was up to like 670. I tried to sell it, but didn't execute, and now I'm down $50. Chevron's climbing. Been such a roller coaster. I was at 24.5, now it's 24.8 and 9. Trying to hit that 25 before closing time. I was doing so good. Oh yeah, Johnson & Johnson lost more than 20% since you bought. Yeah, I know. I see that. It was up 50, now it's down 50. It's great. It's great. Oh, ASTS is climbing up. Johnson & Johnson's climbing back up. I don't know why Uber's down. It's looking promising. Just be here looking at numbers. I just be here looking at numbers and colors. I had to turn Google off because I was getting annoyed watching that money I could have potentially made. Let's go back and revisit the Regret Factory. This is the Regret Factory. Okay, looks like I did get out of Google at a decent time because it's going back down. I get bored of this, man. People be doing this their whole lives. This is like my third or fourth consecutive day being serious about this, and I'm over it. A regret factory, it's what it is. It's literally no different than playing at a casino. If anything, it's more risky. Because you're putting out like $600 to make a couple hundred. I mean, at least if you're risking that much, you gotta double up. But most people are happy just skimming and scalping a bit off the top, risking way too much money for way little profit. They say, oh, you gotta know for sure that your stuff's gonna pop. You never know. I didn't know Chevron was gonna go up. I mean, I guess news and stuff. Yeah, you know what? Even when you know, like I knew for certain that Merck would go up because of the Ebola stuff. I thought it would go up a lot more than now. It's going down. It's like, I mean, I'm still up $111. That's what this is. What are we going to watch today closely? Stuff is climbing. What's climbing? Something's moving. Dude, I should have cashed out Netflix. Oh, and now Keel is in the negative. Is Uber trying to climb up? Nope, Johnson's just sinking lower. Merck's going down. Oh man, it's that time again. 10:30. It's like as soon as the market opens, Everyone's just selling. I'm the only one here buying like a something. It was a sad day in trading. How's ASTS? Oh, it's doing better. Is Google trying to go back up? Dude, I think Google's about to go back up. Maybe I should buy in again. How much? $1,000. I should have sold. Well, at least I got, I'm getting better at making a nice layout. Nope, Google's going back down. So, glad I sold that. Should have sold more stuff. I don't listen. You don't listen, fool. Oh, I'm over 25 grand. Beautiful. That's because of Tesla. Tesla is popping off. I just don't have the funds to buy in more of it. But seems like we're about to. See. It would be awesome if we were able to get Tesla back in the green. See, I set this level because down here we had a big squirt, so this should technically be like right here. Right under there. And that's what would trigger way over here. It seems like that's a price point where you see it popped off here. And it's a price point that the market seems to use as a catapult, as a launch pad, and that's what we had here. And so we're in good shape. It's a nice long wick upward. So we're gonna wait and see. No, I shouldn't complain. I'm up still $575 profit with now. I'm just disappointed that I could have made like $800 more. So, and I'm still leaving it in there. Like, I should be pulling out profit, but I just have hope that it'll climb up. And although these are in the red, they're still trying to get back in shape. I mean, Tesla It's weird. Tesla's looking healthy up top, but down here, not so much. We'll see. See, I don't like that little wick. I want to see something shoot up. Why is it struggling? That's enough. No, nigga. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, next. Next. Up, 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 up. Yes, 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 yes. Pump, 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 pump. It's pissing me off. Okay. Okay. I think tomorrow will be a good day. Today is gay. Today's a gay day. It's a bear day. It's an angry West Hollywood bear day. No. Is now going back up? I think now it's trying to climb back up. No, not now. Just now. Yep, it's looking green. We got a long ways to go. Got a long ways to go. Let's do some 1 minute candles. Get a better idea. I don't like to see that red. But I like to see this combination of a little guy and a big guy. Little red, big green. Again over here, little red, big green. Down here, little red, big green. That's pump action. So we're in good shape. I don't know if we'll make it 1400 today, but I hope to crack the 25, and we just cracked it. Just struggling a bit. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna get some water. BRB.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Dip buyers emerge for semiconductors. We've got the SOX up by 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index in the green. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all remain lower. Right now we got the S&P well off session lows, down 13, 73.90, down by about 0.2%. The Dow down 111 now, down 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite down 73 for NASDAQ, a decline of just under 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index up by 11 points, up under 0.1%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Index, is up by 1.6%. The 10-year right now at 4.65%, the 2-year 4.10%, and the 30-year 5.17%. We do have gold down 1.4%, 45.03 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 107.79 a barrel, down 0.8%. Barrel of Brent 110.39 now, lower by 1.5%. After earnings, Home Depot up now by 0.4%. We'll be hearing from Lowe's rival tomorrow. Right now, Lowe's shares unchanged on the day. Recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ do remain lower, down 0.2%, but the NASDAQ 100 index up under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. Back we go to Atlanta. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Atlanta, Georgia is indeed where you find us today here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We are here for the state's primary, one of 6 that is happening across the country today in terms of primary votes. Of course, when we consider some of the races here in Georgia specifically, be it the Republican Senate primary or the gubernatorial race, they very likely could not be decided.
That's right.
Ultimately, in today's vote, they could run into a runoff June 16th, so about a month from now. And of course, one day later, June 17th, is when the incumbent Republican governor, who is not going to be governor for much longer, Brian Kemp, has called a special legislative session here in Georgia to reconsider the state's congressional map, not for this cycle, not for the 2026 midterms, but instead for 2028.
That wave of redistricting is going to go beyond this cycle, which is something that we discussed with Congresswoman Nikema Williams, the Democrat whose district includes about 3/4 of Atlanta, was the former chair of the state Democratic Party, joined us here at Georgia Tech to talk about that redistricting effort. Also, the light that it has shined on 2 open Supreme Court seats. I shouldn't say open, contested Supreme Court seats on the state level here. And of course, her own fortunes. Every member of the delegation is running for re-election. Let's listen.
I've only been in Congress 3 terms, and I've had 3 different districts. And so one of those districts was court ordered because we needed fair representation. And so now our governor has called this special session to say that legislators need to come back on June 17th to redraw the lines. After just 2 years ago, a court order said that our lines were not fair and we needed to make sure that all voices were represented in our democracy here. And so now we're going back, and the governor is saying we don't know what those lines will look like, but what we know is that they're changing. And that only hurts the constituents, the people that I serve. Elected officials should not choose who they represent. The voters should choose who represents them. And I always stand on the side of the people. And so we look at everything going on right now where people are choosing if they can put $20 in their gas tank, not knowing how much it really costs to fill up because they only have a certain amount. Gas prices, groceries, housing costs out of control. And we haven't had a special session to address any of those issues. But lo and behold, when it comes to doing whatever Donald Trump wants to happen, to have these rigged maps, then they have time and speed to get these things done.
3 districts in 3 years. There's got to be some kind of a record, Congresswoman. With that said, I've been really taken since we got here over the weekend by how much talk there is over 2 state Supreme Court seats. I realize the Senate gubernatorial races are getting all the ink, but is it because of the effort to redistrict that these local Supreme Court or statewide Supreme Court seats are so important?
So we've seen so many things go to our state Supreme Court, from things like your First Amendment rights down at the state capitol that I was involved in, from reproductive freedom. We've seen these high-profile cases where women have literally died in Georgia because of decisions that were made by a legislature that were our state Supreme Court decided on. And so now we have an opportunity to have 2 Democratic women representing us on the Georgia Supreme Court. And so this has been a race that used to be on the general election ballot in November. And Republicans in our state changed it to the primary, thinking that that would help them. And so I think we're going to be in for a surprise. So stay tuned till tomorrow night when the polls close.
Yeah.
Bloomberg's pissing me off.
And staying
Liberal
tuned,
bias.
we are on this primary day tonight as well. That was our conversation, or part of it, with Democratic Congresswoman Makima Williams, who represents Georgia's
DEI
5th district. And as we heard from the Congresswoman, and we have heard in many of our conversations here in
that's a
Georgia thus
DEI
far,
if
a
I've
lot
ever seen
of
one.
voter sentiment, it seems, is being driven
Those
by
women
the economic
died
reality that they
'cause they
are
couldn't
facing and pressure from
kill
higher
their
prices at the
child.
gas pump specifically. And the question we have, and we have
Who's
it on this
even trying
network
to
here on
hit
Bloomberg
that?
TV and radio
Go
overall,
home.
is how quickly that could filter into the wider economy as we consider consumption decisions being made.
Yeah, and we're seeing that a bit of a bleed into the core in the most recent CPI report. So some of this,
because
based on
all morning they've been talking about Home Depot's up 3%. Oh, it's down 1%. When there's moves like this happening, look at this. How about ServiceNow tanking and then climbing back up, or Google shooting up, or all these other, like Chevron just shot up. You know, there's like the actual sauce, and they're being negligent in informing the people of the real news, pushing their liberal bias when they should be doing a service and giving heads up when there's moves being made in the market. There needs to be an actual news station that tells people, hey, do this right now. I mean, I know there's some liability in giving financial advice, but then it's like some things are fairly certain that would be a good move, or at least report like the big moves instead of harping on Home Depot going up and down 1 or 2%. How about Merck shooting up 44%? It's going back up, looks like. Let's pull it up here. Turn off this BRB, because we've been back. And we cracked that 25K, so we can breathe a little bit. Okay, you see this? See that? But it is looking like a downtrend, which is no bueno. It's a no bueno day. Could look up though, but after 11, I'm thinking about cashing out that Chevron. CVX. I wonder what other news stations there are that aren't pushing abortion and sodomy.
We're in Midtown, and we're surrounded by snazzy restaurants that have the benefit of tourism traffic and a lot of other factors that smaller neighborhood establishments do not enjoy. But you can't have a city like this without them. Is it more difficult for small restaurant owners to compete with the big guys?
You know,
God, what's going on? Yahoo Finance seems non-biased. Stock Market Live.
The Loan Exchange is now offering the free Closer Jumbo Loan. If your mortgage rate is over 6%, it's a no-brainer. It can save you around $40,000 in...
Suddenly, the crude oil price went up from 69, 70 to 100.
I bet this Jeet News is more
810 like that. So what do you do? Very difficult time.
So this suddenness of it, and Daniel, perhaps you can tell us, because now already we are seeing it play into some of those essentials like milk and bread. All those prices are going up in a city like Mumbai. So one wonders whether the political establishment right now can create a scenario which is in a way going to reassure
What's stock of the day?
In very, very strong.
Why is
So
everybody talking
you
about
have
Home
this
Depot?
really this tug of
Pissing me
war
off.
where
It's-
consumers were in
it's
a
like,
great
oh, we're up
starting
10%,
point heading into
2%.
this. Now you're starting to see that
like
squeeze
an
of
artificial
higher
pump.
energy prices, higher gas prices, really starting to act as a tax on the consumer and pulling spending from other areas. So some of these home improvement projects, I think where you have to commit a little bit longer, the uncertainty is starting to weigh on that a little bit. And I think that's why you're seeing that gap.
Yeah, what does it take, about a year, Tim, to finish a kitchen remodel? Even now I'm just showing off here on AlphaSpace. I pulled up I had an
Great,
Abercrombie
up
and Fitch
2%,
chart I've
big
been using
deal.
too, and you can see that also performing relatively well versus Home Depot, Lowe's, even the XLY. Tim, that really surprised me because teens, they don't have any
doing
money,
anything.
and the prices of everything that Abercrombie and its competitors are selling have gone up. Gas prices are still high. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what is the breaking point for the average consumer out there.
Well, Brian, I think
everybody
it's
just
I think it's a little bit
expecting it to
further.
pop?
I don't think we have consumers at the point where they're stretched too thin. And again, I think that's because the starting point was so strong. A lot of cash in the pockets. The economy's in a good spot. Now, what you want to be cautious of, though, we go another 2 months, 3 months, you start to see oil prices going even higher, prices at the pump remaining at these levels or pushing up higher. Interest rates at this level are pushing higher. That is going to start to squeeze. But again, right now, because the starting point was so strong, I think you're going to see that delayed.
And as you know, what earnings report really got me worried here, and why I'm surprised by like the resilience in some of these consumer stocks. It's Whirlpool. A couple weeks ago, dramatic earnings warning. The stock got destroyed. They warned about higher prices for appliances. To me, that's a problem.
Yeah, so whether or not the Fed is going to decrease interest rates or hold rates steady or perhaps even hike rates, that's not good for these types of stocks. And then you also have higher input prices for materials. So these are headwinds for these companies. I was taking a look at Home Depot stock since the March 30 lows. Home Depot stock went down 7%. You saw the S&P 500 going up 16% during that period, and the Dow Jones going up 10%. And year to date, Home Depot's down 13%. So clearly it's been on a downward trend, and part of this is because of these headwinds that it's facing.
Tim, last word to you.
Should I
Any
buy
consumer
some? How
stocks
much?
you like into the summer?
Well,
$730
Brian, I
for
think we
March
look at the sector as a whole, and again, we think it's still in a good spot.
Maybe
Right
I'll
now
buy
we're
one and
turning
sell
our
it
attention
tomorrow.
to really where are the next places where you can make a lot of money, and we think the AI trade is alive and well. But we think the next pocket there is really going to come from emerging markets. So you look at valuations there relative to the U.S., we still see, the widest gap we've seen in about 20 years. And you look at what's in that index, Taiwan, South Korea, the backbone of the global AI infrastructure market. So a lot to like there. That's really where we're focused. That's really where we see the opportunity right now. Consumer stocks, I think it's a big question mark with what's going on in Iran. I think there's a lot of room to run, but we need to see that situation get resolved first, and I just don't see a clear path to that at this point.
Brooke, Tim just made me care about the international results when Walmart reports this week. I didn't care about them before.
I mean, when you do look at what the street is expecting when it comes to Walmart, we do know that overall they're expecting about 3.85%, and most of that momentum is going to come from the U.S., up about 4%. When you take a look at their international business, of course, they've been expanding rapidly. They've been investing within the India market and so on. But I think the story really comes down as to how exactly or even in China, where they've been doubling down with their Sam's Club investment as well. But overall, when you take a look at the global consumer right now, I think no matter where you are in this sort of environment, as higher energy costs is really the name of the game, we're looking to Walmart to see if that value play, to see if the best bang for your buck really did continue to play out. And if they were able to continue to gain high-income shoppers on a global perspective, especially in this environment where Target is certainly giving it a run for its money, there's high hopes there for too.
Indeed. Tim, Brooke, Inez, amazing insight. Thank you all for hopping on. I appreciate it. And in case you missed the memo from today's opening bid, be sure to try out Yahoo Finds' awesome new AlphaSpace platform. You can go right now, scan the QR code on your screen. Coming up tomorrow on the show, Hasbro CEO Chris Cox is in the house on the toy maker's earnings day. Julie Hyman has you next on Market Catalyst. I know Julie is a big AlphaSpace user and fan.
We needed a unified solution. We knew that a system like NetSuite will help us scale. Having put NetSuite in place, we've definitely optimized our processes. So employee productivity has shot up significantly. In terms of inventory level accuracy, we are over 95%. Our order to cash cycles are very smooth. I would say it's double-digit improvements. The future within NetSuite is to bring in all the other subsidiaries and entities within NetSuite as well. So we want to have the entire operations all centralized within one roof.
From this valley to this valley, the west side to the coast, Lindsay Horvath is fighting for every community as county
Every financial network has a liberal bias and just pushes liberal agendas. Is there like a non-biased financial network that cares about the people? I just turned it off so I could log in, so we don't have to watch commercials. It's not letting me. I'm just trying to log in. Try it again. Well, let me log in. Guess we're can't even go back now. It's not letting me see my email. Not that it's difficult to find, but it's just proper precautions, because I've heard nightmare stories. Why it gotta be so complicated? Why you gotta make it so complicated? I just want to sign in so I don't gotta watch your liberal agenda commercials. You let these people pay to come on and push degeneracy and fake news, and I pay not to see that, but I can't even log in. It's fine. 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 No time to time I look from the corner of my eye, see how I'm doing, and I'm doing great. Tesla's up. I don't know why Netflix, it was up and it went down. But I'm really trying to get Merck to climb up. And I'll probably sell if it gets up to 170 again. There you go. Doing a two-factor verification to get into my premium, so you guys don't need to watch commercials. Thank you for your patience. 0, 1, 2. Great. And we're in. Continue. Oh, there was trouble signing you into YouTube. That's nice. Always something. Always something. Oh, beautiful. Got in. Nice. Okay. No, it's not letting me search. It's always something. There it is. Always search stock, market, and then I'm going to go in the filter, put live. Okay. It's like this is the most watched.
The President of the United States agrees with.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. I'm gonna try to read this here. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't. Okay, that was kind of interesting. So I'm gonna give you the question. All right, go ahead.
So last week, the Pentagon halted deployment of 4,000 troops, U.S. troops, in Poland, to Poland. This is in direct contradiction to President Trump explicitly promised not to reduce the troop level in Poland. So I'm going to ask you this question, which many people in Poland think. Why are you rewarding Putin and punishing your best ally in Europe?
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins, and it was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue an American policy that focuses on the interests of the United States. And part of that foreign policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland, we love the Polish people. No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy is geared towards, is promoting European independence and sovereignty. We want Europe to take more ownership over its own territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops. We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just a standard delay in rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental problem. Poland is capable of defending itself with a lot of support from the United States. We're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe. We're talking about shifting some resources around in a way that maximizes American security. I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership. The United States cannot be the policeman of the world. We want to be good allies. We want to make sure that our troop presence ability in Europe. The president has not said, though he could, the president has not said that he's taken all of the troops out of Europe, but Europe has to stand on its own 2 feet. And that's something that he's been consistent of, frankly, not even since going back to the first administration, is we have got to have more sovereignty and more of Europe standing on its own 2 feet. That will continue to be our policy in Europe.
Those troops will go eventually to Poland?
What I said is that is it a delay in troop rotation? Those troops could go elsewhere in Europe. We could decide to send them elsewhere. We actually haven't made the final determination about where those troops are ultimately going to go. But what I'm saying is it is not accurate to say that we are pulling a bunch of troops out. It is a very small and very minor thing. And I think, frankly, a lot of the European media, again, is overreacting to this a bit. And here's one thing I'll say about this. Look, I have, for my entire life, I'm 41 years old. For my entire life, I have heard chirping from the European media about everything that's wrong with the United States of America. We don't have this, we don't have that. We don't spend enough on health care, even though part of the reason why we spend so much on defense was because we have tens of thousands of troops in Europe. I think that if the European media wants to attack the President of the United States, they need to start looking in the mirror. All he has said is that we're going to be good allies, we're going to be good friends, we're going to be trading partners, but it is reasonable for Europe to take a little bit more ownership over its continental integrity. Caitlin.
I have a question on the war, but just to follow up, you previously told me that anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th should go to prison. So why not rule out giving them taxpayer-funded money?
Well, Caitlin, what I said is we're going to look at everything case by case.
But why not rule it out?
Because, Caitlin, there are people who I don't know their individual circumstances, and I don't rule things out categorically when I know nothing about a person's individual circumstances. Let's say a person is accused, let's just say hypothetically, a person is accused of doing something that they never actually did, that they got a kangaroo court, that they had a judge who mistreated them. I think that we should look at those things case by case. We're not making commitments to give anybody money. We're just making commitments to look at things case by case.
But just to follow up on the war, you last week denied that the president said he was not taking Americans' financial situations into consideration when he's making decisions on the Iran war. He was asked about that again. He stood by it, called it a perfect statement, and said he would make it again. Do you believe that Americans' financial situations should be taken into consideration when you're making decisions as an administration about the war?
See, Caitlin, what you did is you misrepresented the question that I was asked, and then you misrepresented the answer that I gave. What I said is that a question that was asked where the president allegedly said that he didn't care about Americans' financial situations.
I was muted. I don't know if you did you hear me on the war beat?
It was totally taken out of context.
I said I got it because of it's at the breakout level of the 30
the
from the last time there was the news, and then it dropped like 7% since we were late, so I took advantage of that.
Of course, the president has a mandate to be focused on a number of things, and I guarantee you every single day, I have conversations with him about it. Every single day, he's worried about his fellow Americans. He wants them to be prosperous. He wants them to thrive. He wants them to have good jobs. That's why we've done the things and taken the steps that we've taken in order to create record job growth, in order to create record wage growth, in order to induce trillions of dollars of new investment into our country. That's because he cares about that stuff. What he also said is that when he's talking to the Iranians, he's talking to the Iranians about questions, of course, of national security, like their nuclear program. You could
that's why I got the Warby. I wasn't going to play
it. The president cares about
like
financial
7%.
security for Americans.
I think he's down 11%.
But also,
top
when he's
to bottom.
negotiating with the Iranians, he's talking about the issues that are germane to the concerns
so, yeah,
of
that one being
particular
late kind of
conflict.
helped out. It still hasn't moved. But I kept that one really small.
Going back to the price tag for this DOJ fund, $1.8 billion. You have people that can't afford groceries. Gas is high. People are making sacrifices
Trump
in their personal
approval
lives
falls
to
to
accommodate for this rise in
35%,
prices.
near
People are
lowest
telling us
level of
that
his
they
term, according to
feel
Reuters
financially
Ipsos poll.
worse off. They're very concerned about the uncertainty.
Republicans fall to
How can you justify
79%.
that amount of taxpayer
47%
money
approve
for that
Trump
fund
handling of cost
when
of
people
living.
are struggling?
46
What do you say to
disapprove.
Americans who wonder why this fund is getting all this money and I can't afford basic life amenities?
Well, let me say a couple things about that. First of all, you said $1.8 billion, and it's important for people to realize we're not just writing a $1.8 billion check. We're going to take a lot of people who are going to apply and say that they have been mistreated by their government. We're going to handle those situations case by case, and if we determine they were in fact mistreated by their government, we think it's reasonable to give them just compensation. When you talk about funds and the working families tax cut, we put $40 billion into a rural health care fund in order to stop the closure, or at least prevent some closure of rural hospitals and rural clinics that have been decimated under the Biden administration.
What the fuck?
We had a piece of tax legislation that put
Dog, you're down 11 or 12%
from
that. You were up 4% to down 9. You're down 13%.
No taxes on overtime.
It's kind of crazy.
Taxes on tips. So I reject the idea that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. We can give just compensation to people who are mistreated by the government. We can also make sure that the American people, we do everything that we can to make their lives better, to make them more prosperous, to give them better jobs. That is the primary focus of Donald J. Trump's White House. That's the question all of us ask every single day is, how do we make our fellow citizens more prosperous? We can do that while also taking care of people who were mistreated by the last administration. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Kurdi here. After the ceasefire with Iran, drone and missile attacks on the Kurdistan region have not stopped. That happened yesterday as well. What is your position on this issue, and what do you expect from the new Iraqi government regarding the control of militias?
Well, as you know, you've asked the president this question before, and we certainly love the people of Kurdistan. Anytime that drone attacks or missile attacks are hitting anybody, but particularly civilian populations, that's not something we like to see at all. And it's one of the things that sometimes happens. Unfortunately, these ceasefires, they're not always perfect. We've seen that in Gaza. We've seen that certainly in Iran and some of its neighbors. But we have seen a significant reduction in violence over the last few weeks of the ceasefire. And look, fundamentally, the president's been quite clear. This is going to go, again, in one of two directions. We're going to restart the war, which is not the preference of the president of the United States. We're going to restart the operation. Or we're going to strike a deal, and I think that's an important thing. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we're going to keep on working towards. Okay. It is very... Okay. In like the purple, the purple dress there, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Rowena Ortiz with Turning Point USA. There has been an uptick in religious violence across the country. What's your message to protect people across all faiths in America?
Well, I appreciate that question. Obviously, Turning Points would know a lot about this issue. As we talked about earlier, you guys have been the subject of a fair amount of violence yourself. I guess what I would say is the principle of religious violence is particularly disgusting, especially in the United States of America. And as a devout Christian, I would say it's one of the most anti-Christian things and anti-American things that you could do. And here's why. One, because a fundamental principle of all the great faiths is we are all children of God. And because of that, we are endowed by certain rights that are unique to our status as human beings. You violate those rights, most importantly, when you commit violence against another person. You can violate them in other ways as well, but the most profound way to violate the fundamental right of human dignity is to commit violence. But here's why the religious piece of it is particularly egregious. One of the fundamental American rights that I think came from our Christian heritage as a civilization is the idea that we respect people's religious freedom, in part because we respect them as human beings, but also because we respect their right to find their own pathway to God. You can't force anybody to a pathway to God. They have to, through their own free will, find God themselves. That's one of the reasons why that right of religious freedom is the very first right enshrined in our Constitution. So when you commit acts of violence, you're committing an act against this fundamental idea that people are created in the image of God and that they have the right through their own free will to find God however they might want. And as a Christian, of course, you might have your preference for how they find their pathway to God. They have to find that choice. And anybody who would commit violence against another human being in the name of religion is, I think, doing something that is a violation, of course, of the laws of man, but I think more importantly, it is a fundamental violation of the laws of God. Let me go with. Okay, Garrett, you have your hand up. Garrett,
that's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Midterms are well underway. You've got voters going to the polls in 6 states today. You and the president ran on a platform that included no new wars, cutting gas prices, cutting inflation. What do you say to the people who are going to the polls today and who feel like those promises are unkept?
Well, I'd say a few things. First of all, we've delivered great wins for the American people. We ran on delivering tax cuts to the American people, which we did, the largest tax cuts in American history. We ran on cutting taxes, particularly on people who were working on overtime, working on tips. We cut taxes for those Americans. We ran on the promise of bringing investment back into the United States of America, that rather than factory closures, we were going to have factories opening. And we've seen both construction jobs and manufacturing, but also manufacturing jobs have great rebounds under the Trump administration and under our leadership. We are very aware that because of what's going on in the Middle East, gas prices have gone up and a lot of Americans are struggling because of that. Our view is that it is a temporary increase. We're taking a number of steps to try to push back against it and try to ensure that Americans are paying as little at the pump as possible. But I feel quite confident after we've taken care of business in the Middle East, those prices are going to come down. And there have been a lot of prices, as you know, a lot of prices from rent to housing, where we still got a lot of work to do, but we do see some real progress made across the economy on pricing, but also on people's jobs. Okay. I have John. I'm going to call on John. I'm just going to start calling John Rosh. Yes.
Thank you.
Great to see you too. Thank you.
So Trump initially said that the war would last 6 weeks. We are now, it's been going on for 11 weeks and 3 days. What's your message to the American people as to why it's gone on so long and it hasn't ended yet?
Well, first of all, the president said it's going to be a short-term operation, and I think that is
excursion,
JD.
The say it right.
Of conflict lasted about 5.5 weeks. And now we've been in this ceasefire where we're trying to get a negotiated settlement that gets the American people the things that we need for our national security. So I've said before that we're going to go one of two options here. We're going to have a good settlement that actually gets the American people what they need, or we're going to go back to a kinetic operation. Obviously, the president prefers to get that settlement. I think the Iranians prefer to get that settlement. But regardless of what direction the president ultimately goes down, whatever he ultimately decides, I think it's important for the American people to know two things. Number one, it will be for their security and their prosperity. That's why we're doing this. And number two, this is not going to be the sort of thing that lasts forever. I think a lot of Americans, especially in my generation, who are worried about forever, endless conflicts, we have to remember, I think you said 11 weeks, a big chunk of that has been a ceasefire. This is not a forever war. We're going to take care of business and come home. That's what the president's promised, and that's exactly what he's going to deliver. Go ahead. Yes. No, the orange. Yeah. Guys, please don't shout over each other.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Egyptian Foreign Minister today, in an interview on CNN, he said that the Arab countries are working with you on a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran that can lead to a deal. Can you confirm that? And one other question also on Iran. You've spent over than 20 hours with the Iranian negotiating. Do you believe that other countries may be able to achieve what those negotiations could not?
Well, I think that the purpose of our initial negotiation was, one, to establish some relationships between two countries that hadn't talked directly in a very, very long time. And number two, just to get the pathway started to negotiation. I don't think any of us, meaning me, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, had any great confidence that we were going to be able to reach a deal. But we did think we were going to take important steps along the pathway to reaching a deal, and we did. Now, you asked what the Egyptian foreign minister said. I haven't seen those comments, so I won't comment on them myself. What I'd say is I'm not going to detail what's going on in the negotiation. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of good progress is being made, but we're just going to keep on working at it, and eventually we'll either hit a deal or we won't, but we're going to keep on working at it. And I think it's important for us to actually privately have these conversations, because sometimes when you're doing a negotiation and you put everything out there in public, it actually complicates things more than it should. So we're going to keep these negotiations private until we've got something, of course, to tell the American people, and at that time we will. Okay. Yeah. Is that a magenta tie? It's hard to tell.
Magenta tie, oil popping. Oil up, spy down.
Purple tie there, right?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I don't know if it's off his comment.
So this guy insists that he has the real purple tie. So I'll give you a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Two questions for you. One on Iran and one on China, given the president's trip last week to Beijing. On Iran, you met on April the 11th with Iranian negotiators, including the foreign minister. Is it your sense, Mr. Vice President, that they're just stringing the U.S. along? That's the sense from lawmakers from both parties. And then on China, you come from a state that manufactures a lot of automobiles. Is it your sense that within this term that you have with the president, that China-branded vehicles will be sold right here in America?
Well, I think that what the president has shown a willingness to do, unlike any president in my lifetime, is to protect the American automotive industry. We are not going to let the American automotive industry disappear. There are a lot of ways in which we've reinvested, in which we've tariffed foreign competitors to ensure that American car workers, American auto workers, and the products they develop are going to be made right here in the United States of America and also available right here in the United States of America. I think it's important for just the American people. I want to make this point.
Iran-linked
car
ship
manufacturing
as
is one of those skills that when it disappears, it's hard to regain.
Iran-linked oil tanker
and we've got people who
Skywave
can
carrying
build
1 million
complex
barrels of
machines,
oil
and
has
our
been
great
seized.
workers in Ohio, Michigan, and elsewhere, they
So
do
that's
a
what
very
that
good
oil
job.
pop was on.
They also,
We just
God
took
forbid, in
another
times of
Iranian
national
boat.
emergency, can be called on to manufacture other complex machinery. So it's very, very important that we protect that native auto industry. The president has done more on this than anybody, but we're certainly going to keep on working at it. You asked about being strung along. Look, you never know until you know. Right? What all we can do is negotiate in good faith, try to find a pathway that accomplishes
like
the
Jim
president's
Rohn.
objectives, that accomplishes place. I think somebody earlier asked this question. I am not certain, and I'm not going to be certain until we sign a deal that we have a deal, but I feel confident enough to keep on doing the work and to try to find a good deal for the American people, and that's what I'm going to do. So the guy with the real purple tie, I will give you the final question, and then I'm going to have to hit the road.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Sorry, this guy and then the very tall guy here. We'll give him the question. Sorry, I can't get to everybody. Marco's right. This really is chaos. This is crazy.
Yeah.
You guys got to behave yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The president's financial disclosures were released recently, and they showed a lot of stock trades in companies that
J.D. Vance is
talked
exempt
up
too.
At events,
he could trade as much as he
events
wants.
At the White House, on his True Social account, sometimes even putting the stock ticker symbols in his posts and encouraging people to buy their stock. Americans, according to recent polling, are increasingly describing the president as corrupt. And trading stocks...
This is a hell of a question.
Thank you, sir. Trading individual stocks is something that you said that public officials should not be able to do when you ran for Senate all those years ago. And yet the president, who arguably has access to more non-public information than your average senator, is not only buying and selling individual stocks either through his trust.
Okay. What's the question?
The question is, the question, sir, is how can you and your administration argue to Americans that you're cleaning up corruption, you're preventing fraud, you're fighting the sorts of things that harm people and people's financial situations, when the president seems to be talking up stocks that he owns, selling them, and enriching himself?
Okay, so here, let me answer your question here. That was a doozy. Before I answer your question, I want to just observe there are different ways to ask a question. Okay, you can just ask a question and try to get your answer, or you could do like a speech where you say, Mr. Vice President, you're a terrible human being, and so is the president, and so is the entire cabinet. And then I'm like, what's your question? And then your question is, how dare you? Come on, man. Have a little bit of objectivity in the way that you ask these questions, because there were a lot of things in that speech masquerading as a question that didn't actually get asked, okay? Number one, the president doesn't sit at the Oval Office on his computer on his Robinhood account buying and selling stocks. That's absurd.
So he has
independent wealth advisors who manage his money. He is a wealthy person. He has had success in business. He's not making these stock trades himself. And your question imputes that. It doesn't say it exactly, but a reasonable person listening to that question would assume the president is sitting around doing that.
He has professionals who do this for him.
Second of all, you're right. I'm a big fan of banning members of Congress from trading stocks. So is the President of the United States. All of us believe that nobody should be taking proprietary information gained from public service and buying and selling stocks. We want to ban that process, and I think the way to lead by example is banning that process, banning that approach, and making it illegal, which is exactly what the president has proposed doing. Okay. Yes.
Sir, Jordan Conrad, with Gateway Pundit. I'll try to make this short. There was, you might have seen this, there was a massive United Kingdom rally in London just last
again,
weekend.
oil on the tanker thing. The oil's still going. SPY lagging a little bit.
What message do you think this should send to
like
globalist European
104.50, what
leaders
was it?
and to leaders
104.17
here?
earlier
And also,
today.
I wanted to ask about several House members are revamping this push to pass it's called the Dignity Act, but it's really just an amnesty bill giving work visas and allowing millions of illegals to stay in the country. Is that something the White House wants to see stopped in the House?
Well, number one, I don't like giving amnesty to anybody. Number two, since you asked about Great Britain and the United Kingdom rally, one of the great ironies of this job is that for the past couple of years, you see these protests break out all over the country, and sometimes, they're fairly well attended, and sometimes they're very poorly attended. Everybody holds these signs saying "No Kings," right? And how many Democratic lawmakers have I seen holding up signs that say "No Kings"? They are very, very insistent that we not have kings. And then King Charles comes to the congressional chamber, and these guys break out in rapturous applause. So maybe they don't care so much about kings as they pretend that they do. Maybe they just don't like the agenda that we're implementing that's actually making American workers and American families safe and prosperous again. But to answer your question about this immigration issue, look, one of the problems that we have in all of Western societies is that we have a lot of people who have decided, Wall Street bankers, corporate lobbyists, and government officials, that what the United States and what the West need is more and more cheap labor. What we believe in this White House is what we need more and more of is high wages for American workers and investing in our own people. What you see all over the West,
about the king.
and it's kind of crazy, is this idea that the way to generate prosperity is
I'm trying to get my ass to Philo right now.
People and drop
now
them
we
in
got
your
oil.
neighborhoods, and
we wasted
we
our
simply
Philo pop on
reject that
JD
idea.
Vance. This is bullshit.
So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I'd encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job to go to yourself and your neighbors, and not to a stranger who you don't even know. It is reasonable for the people in Western societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. A lot of people, frankly, a lot of people in the media have tried to persuade all of those people that it's somehow racist to want to protect your borders, even though very often the very people who are most affected by low-wage immigration are lower-income Black and Hispanic Americans right here in the United States of America, and I guarantee that's true in the UK. So we believe in making America great again. You can't do that unless you protect your borders. I'd encourage our friends in the UK to follow the same path. Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President. Amazing. Amazing. All right. Well, that was exciting. That's what we all wanted. Well, Chad, time for Philo. I got a quick one for you. I should have a quick one for you. We'll see how we could get through this and if the market bounces or not. But literally throughout all that, you melted up on chips for no reason. You unwound the rotation and software came down, chips went up. But then after that, you kind of dance back and forth. A couple of energy plays are moving. Biotech still leading throughout the day. And then literally the U.S. seizing an Iranian oil tanker. And then them saying mediation's not looking good. That's pretty much what caused this $1 or $2 spike on oil, and then SPY's also chilling out. But again, energy leading, chips, and then still playing some of this back and forth here on a Tuesday. So Chattadonia, I hope you've been enjoying it. I mean, the day is almost done. We're 30 minutes away from Power Hour, so we haven't got our Philo in. Let's talk about some life, Chattadonia. Could I interest you in a Philo? Would that be something you would be interested in? I think we all could have a good time. That's it. Let the demons flee, and then yeah, let's have a good discussion. That's it. Let's see. Whatever Trump decides, it will not last forever. Wow, that's deep. That's what JD Vance said. But all right, man, let's get it popping. Did I send out the alert? You get your Philo alert? There it is. All right, man. Game time. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. The
If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. And believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scared. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. So I hope your day is good. We'll see if the market gets a Philo reaction. We got a little bit of volatility, but don't you think it's a good time to talk about life? Don't you think everything going on, the politics come out, everybody gets crazy? That's it, the world, the chips. Man, you guys know we still got another half of this year. You guys know that then we still got another couple more years and then it'll be 2030. You know we're going to be saying 2027 sooner than you think. Almost for as long as you've been saying 2026. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. So Chad, I hope you're ready, man. And I hope you do keep your focus, especially even beyond the market, man. I hope you keep your eyes on the right target, and I hope you have endurance. That's probably one of the best pieces of advice I could give you. But today, I'm going to give you a very good one. Did you guys like last Friday? I think you did like, again, and I kept talking about it yesterday. I think some of you were very excited about it. But I'm telling you, for last Friday, bro, I gave you one of the keys to life. I really hope you use it. And I hope that you've been utilizing it so far. And I just hope you get rid of desperation. And may you attract all of the luck that you deserve, my friend. But yeah, it's not going to happen if you keep acting desperate. So just keep that in mind. But what I'm going to share with you today, I have another one. I have something else you could do. I have something today that is very weird, that people don't really talk about, but I believe that if you do this constantly, you will see a very dramatic response. So, that being said, what I'm going to tell you is crazy today. I think it's a little cuckoo. Just like, again, talking about luck, attracting luck. Oh, today, man, I think some of you are going to have a problem with what I'm going to tell you. You know why? Because if this thing is dead inside of you, you're going to fight it. You're going to fight it. And here's the deal. Even if it's dead, it's not dead. It's asleep. I encourage you to wake it up. Oh, they don't feel me, dog. They don't feel me. So, Chad, let me just tell you this. Let me read you something. Let's see. The Lord, he speaks in parables. My Father's house has many rooms. If that were not so, would I have told you that I'm going there to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be with me, so that you may also be where I am. Have you heard that before? My Father's house has many rooms. If that were not so, why would I have told you? Yo, that's a banger. Have you heard this? This is a parable. This is what Jesus said. Jesus said this to his disciples. He had to explain this, but it was a parable. Why? Why would I tell you my Father's house? If there wasn't rooms, why would I tell you that there are? What does that mean? What do you think it means? See, that's the whole point. The parable should get you thinking. It's kind of crazy. So here's one line I'll tell you guys. This is the craziest part, one of them. Don't take for history what was meant for instruction. Oh, I don't know if you feel, bro. Because that's a parable of Jesus. A lot of people read it like history, just something Jesus said. Oh yeah, there's a big house, right? There's a lot of room in heaven. What if I told you that wasn't history? That wasn't just a phrase. What if I told you those were instructions? Huh? And that's a bigger point, man. That's what the thing I've been trying to tell people with Philo and a lot of these other things that I share with you. You got to really understand, man. You know, a lot of people read the book and they're like, oh, that's just history. Oh, yeah, it's something in the past. Like, no. Start looking for instruction. Do you realize the difference? One's you could tell me what happened. Another is telling me exactly how something is built or destroyed. I like instructions. You know, I don't like instructions because I like following rules. I like it because I like knowing that if I do this, this happens. To knowing how to build something, to take it down. Every time this stimulus is there, a certain outcome arrives. Oh, I love those. I don't like rules, but I like that. Isn't that the irony? The cross, the contradiction. But yeah, don't take this parable as history. This parable was instruction. How? My Father's house has many rooms. If that weren't so, why would I tell you that? How is that an instruction? If I go and prepare a place, you come back. And then you may also be able to be where I am. What is he saying? Oh. So are you ready? This is what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about how you are all made in God's image. I know. You'd be like, oh, Vacation Bible School. Oh, this guy said God. Blah, 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 blah. I know. No. Listen, this is what I want you to understand. You are made in God's image. My brother, that means there is something that God does that you should be experiencing like he did. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, I'm hyping this up so much, bro. You don't feel me. Do you get it? So what is something God does that all of us have in us, that every time we do it, we are experiencing it just like God did? You are commanded to. You should do what God does and what he did. So what am I talking about? Do any of you know? Oh, it's not creation, but you're close. It's not creation. It's not creating. Doesn't mean that's the wrong answer, but what am I talking about? It's not the tongue. You know about that. But you see, you guys are right. Live on earth. That's not what it is. Again, none of these are wrong answers, but not the one we're looking for today. I'm glad you have familiarity with some of these other concepts. What else? Not love. No. Otherwise, but love is necessary. It'll just be a noisy symbol. Not multiply. See? So amen. I hope by the end of this, I'm going to give you something weird to do. But I hope by the end of this wakes something up inside of you. And you know what I want to wake up inside of you? Your imagination. What? That is what you are made in God's image of. You know why? God imagined you. Before he said, let there be light, before he did all the other stuff, before he created it, he imagined it. The imagination, brother. You can experience your own imagination in the same way God experienced imagination. Think about it. Do you think our imagination came from nowhere? Maybe one day you will realize that this is a God-given gift. You know that, right? Do you realize how important your imagination is? Here, I'll tell you the negative of it. You remember that big thing you were stressed out about that never happened? Yeah, that was your imagination. Was it not? My guy, where does anxiety come from? My guy, where does the hype come from? Are these not all imagination? Think about it. Imagination. So this is what I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you, I'm putting you on game right now. This is one of the craziest, easiest things you could do. And I think you should all do it every single night. You know what you should do? Do this tonight as you go to bed. I want you to lay down, do whatever your nightly routine is. Oh, what's that? Oh, I just started playing middle. But this is what I want you to do when you go to bed. As you're laying down, I want you to imagine something. I want you to use your imagination. Honestly, do this for the next month. Before you go to bed. I'm being dead serious. I'm giving you a step-by-step procedure right now. Do you understand? I want you to go to bed. Before you fall asleep, I need you to imagine a specific scenario that you want. Whatever it is, I don't know what, and you need to get deep about it. Like, I'm not talking, like, let me put it this way. I want you to imagine somebody's face when they find out whatever it is you're imagining. How would they react? I want you to imagine the weather. It doesn't matter what it is. This could be from something good, something bad. It doesn't, big, small. You could imagine what your goal is. You could imagine your house. Imagine whatever you want. You could imagine your experience with God. Oh, y'all don't feel me, dog. I don't know if y'all feel me. That's what you're supposed to imagine. But fall asleep. Literally running through your imagination and imagining something that has not happened that you desire. That's literally, I want you to get deep about it. How are you looking in the imagination? How are people looking at you? What do you see, smell, taste? Use all the resources of your mind. That's what I mean by a real imagination. See, doesn't this already sound weird? I think some of you are too cool to do this. I think so. You're like, what do you mean? Why are we going to sit around? Go back to the verse. How does he say, you're in my Father's house? Why would I tell you about my Father's house if there wasn't room? I'm going to go prepare you a place so you could be where I am. Okay. Imagine you're in your Father's house. Are you understanding? That's why I said instructions. That parable is giving you instructions on how to imagine. The parable's not, he's talking about heaven, but what is, again, thy kingdom come. Heaven's already here. Bring it out. Do you get what it's saying? So whatever you think you want, imagine it was your Father. Imagine you're waking up in your father's house. What would it look like? What would it feel like? What would it sound like? That's what he's telling you. Come where I am. That's in the future. That's in the imagination. Imagine it just how God imagined when he created everything. Are you getting the instruction? It's a crazy, crazy thought. Like I told you, I've read that verse as heaven. I've never read it as instruction. That's the instruction. You need to imagine it. It's anytime you hear my father's house, he's imagine whatever you want. Imagine whatever it is you're looking for as if you were in your father's house. What would happen? Imagine waking up in your father's house. If that was your earthly father, imagine what that's the level of vividness you need to it. And then what happens? So the instruction is to imagine. Imagine as your father did. Why would he tell you to imagine if they didn't exist? If all this glory in the kingdom didn't exist, why would he tell you to do this? Magnify heaven. Oh, man. So here, I'll give you another one. Are you ready? Maybe you're going to have trouble with this. It's hard. You guys don't get it. I don't think y'all feel me. I don't think y'all realize how difficult this is. Like I said, some of you are going to think you're too cool for it. Others of you might just fall asleep, or you might do this for a day or two and forget about it. Very simple. But if you can actually start to do this, I would be surprised if your imagination did not come to life eventually. It's one of those secrets. You put it in your mind long enough, my brother, the world just gets pulled towards it. I wish I could explain it any way better than that. You know how many things I've seen in my mind before I saw it in real life? Everything. This is the whole idea of an idea. How a thought sparks it all. So it's a very crazy concept. But like I said, this is going to be difficult. I don't know. I don't know how many of you are going to actually do this. I don't know how many of you are going to actually stick to it. So if imagining the Father's house, imagining whatever it is you're going for, your destiny, your goal, your course, where you're on, if that's too much, I'll give you the easy one. This is one of the easiest ways you can imagine things and start building your imagination and get it to serve you. You got to be careful, though. You don't want to go down the slippery slope and letting this lead to anxiety. But then again, this one is the easy one. Are you ready? Do this instead. If you don't want to do it, go to bed tonight. And before you go to bed tonight, I want you to ask yourself, what about today did you not like? And then go reimagine your day. But instead of reimagining your day exactly how it played out, start revising your day of what you wish it would have, what you wish you would have done. Do you understand what I'm telling you about? I'm telling you to mentally rewrite your day using your imagination. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So go to bed tonight and say, oh, well, today sucked. I woke up, I stubbed my toe. Let's revise that. Wake up and imagine you didn't stub your toe. Okay, then what happens? Then I got down, and then I top-tick Warby Parker, and then that didn't go, but then all the other ones I didn't make free. Go back and revise that. What would you have done? Oh, I wish I made it free in the morning, and then I wish I ignored any of the news place. And imagine that, and imagine what you would have done. Then I had Taco Bell, then I had diarrhea. Okay, go reimagine that, rewrite it. Instead of Taco Bell diarrhea, what happened? Do you get what I'm telling you? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. That right there, that's one of the easiest ways. That's one of the easiest ways to even deal with what you already gone and get yourself in the right mental state moving forward and practicing your imagination. Because you know what's going to happen? The next time you're in those scenarios, you're probably going to remember what you imagined. Oh, I remember Taco Bell, but wait, I revised that last time. Oh wait, I remember the news plays. I revised it last time. Oh, I remember waking up a certain way. Oh, and then I revised it. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, Chad. That right there. So whatever it is, again, get rid of desperation and start imagining. Like I'm telling you, the key to all of this is before you go to bed. The key to all of this is right as you're drowsy, right as you're about to slip in between human to unconscious, is to fully feel and imagine something. Again, whether that's revising your day or thinking about where you are on the future and where you want to go, whatever you want, anything. But you do this enough, that is going to start creating something. That's going to start creating moving forward. That's going to give you the mix it in with the lack of desperation. I'm telling you, try this for 30 days. And if everything doesn't change, I would be shocked. You know that? Or I would tell you you didn't do it. I would say that's a lie. There's no way 30 days in a row of cutting out desperation and imagining a future you actually wanted and imagining and using your imagination to think and put yourself beyond where you are today. I would heavily doubt that 30 days in a row of that would cause nothing. SPY's dropping as oil's hitting higher than the pre-market. So again, latest headlines was the boat and then saying the minimal headwinds on the talks. But yeah, now SPY's starting to break. So Chad, you've heard all of this before. None of this is new. You guys know law of attraction, manifestation. You guys called it all sorts of things. Like I'm telling you, imagination is the key. Do not let your imagination fall asleep. Do not let the world make you bitter so that you cannot even imagine. And like I'm telling you, you have a parable. My Father's house. Why would I tell you to come if it didn't exist? Why would he tell you to do this stuff? Be where I am. Where's God right now? Yeah, exactly. You're doing the same. Every time you imagine, you're doing what he already did. What he does. If God is the past, the beginning, the present, the future, all of that, that requires a lot of imagination, brother. So like I'm saying, try this and what we talked about on Friday. 30 days. I would be shocked. Nah, make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Screamerlets. God bless America. Baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move.
Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Listen to the blues rip and beat. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a collar, had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. Ain't Q/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up, last minute to the sky. Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you can put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we can talk about the rate. Zotan, Timarag, got it all in one place. All in one tape, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me got is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm in now, I'm just trying to get the chat, fool. Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a vibe. What's a lying to a sheep is how easy to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking what's inside. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag with that. Hate it, love it, you ain't even know the half about it.
Nigga, you is worse than Bloomberg. At least they don't use that type of language. Yes, we're gonna have to go back to our trusted source of usury. What else we got? What other stock market live? I'm hanging tight here, looking at my positions, and it's all over the place. Stuff's going up, stuff's going down. It's wild. A lot of activity. I'm just hoping to be over 25K before market close. I'm down. Let's see, for the day, when I look at my day, you guys got to see what a roller coaster this was. I'm gonna open this up. Turn me off. That's my day. On the top left. Going way down. And then coming up just to hang around. You know, I'm hopeful for tomorrow. I just gotta hope that by market close we're over 25K so we could trade tomorrow. I'm just trying to trade tomorrow. That's all. Not even trying to get rich anymore, just trying to trade tomorrow. Okay. Won't let me browse unless I open it up.
But to put it all in context, so call me 1-800-743-CBC. Tweet me at Jim Cramer. We keep waiting. Waiting for the bombing to begin?
Huh. Yeah. Dude, growing up, I would see this guy and I just had no idea what he's talking about. And now I'm interested.
My mission is simple, to make you money. I'm here to level the playing field for all investors. There's always a bull market somewhere, and I promise to help you find it. Mad Money starts now.
Sounds promising.
Hey, I'm Cramer. Welcome to Mad Money. Welcome to Cramerica. Other people make friends. I'm just trying to save a little money here. My job is not just to entertain, but to put it all in context. So call me 1-800-743-CBC. Tweet me at
I'm looking for a live channel. Okay.
I just destroyed every single chat.
This guy again.
Money.
What's this? Are these the Jeets? No action here. Let's see what else we got. Just want a good source of stock market news that's not politically biased. Way too much going on over here.
CNEY.
That was interesting. What was that? Is it just giving like drips? This is interesting. I might have just found the sauce.
PIII.
SUGD.
What's it saying?
SG.
NXXT.
it's NXXT. Let's see.
Play.
Oh, it's energy stock. So we might just buy something right now.
CDC officials
Oh,
said
look
there
at
are no
that.
hantavirus cases among returned U.S. passengers.
Look what happened there. Wow. So now this is credible,
CNEY.
non-biased stock market information that's valuable.
CNEY. CNEY. CNEY.
Okay, let's see what CNEY is. It's another pump. Dude, this autocorrect is pissing me off.
PK, HPK.
Dude, these alerts are solid. This is now my go-to channel. Look at that. I should have been on this, man. I should have been on this.
DNEY.
What's DNEY?
W. CNEY.
Yeah, we just saw that. That's pumping.
INM. NM.
Inmed Pharmaceuticals.
BLZE.
That's a lot of stuff that's popping.
CRTO.
Who's INM? Interesting. I'm glad my Chevron did pretty good. XLE did decent.
Why?
ASTS is back in the green.
CNEY.
What do I do with this information? I see that it's already...
NXXT.
Intel popping to the highs now. INTC up about 4.3% in the November Tango Charlie.
CNEY. EVA.
It was
CRTO.
at 127 last week.
EDTX.
AMST.
CRTO.
CYPH.
SKLZ. SKLZ.
AMST.
ALLT. CRTO. ALLT.
AMST.
SKLZ. ALLT.
NXXT.
ALLT.
NXXT. NXXT.
NXXT.
SKLZ.
LMU.
LMU. AMST.
IMST.
NXXT.
ALMU.
What do I do with this information when it's
IRWD. ALMU.
Well, it's already
Reuters reporting Meta
Meta.
offers to give rival
BKSY.
AI chatbots limited free WhatsApp access.
Well,
Rivals will ALMU. charge a fee when they hit a limit on messages CNEY. sent to users. That's META. That's from Reuters exclusively.
CRTX.
I'd buy some now, but it's too expensive and I don't have the buying power.
LMU. Interaction Company of California, Agentic, say Meta's offer does not address competition concerns.
CLDTALMU.
That's META. MTBA. NXXT. NGR.
BKSY.
BKSY. Big Spread. CODX. ROP.
ALMU.
INM. INM.
IONX. ETH. LPTH. LPTH.
CNEY. CNEY.
Light path. Get that.
PMAX.
Chevron is at 75 bucks. Alright, profited 75 bucks. That's pretty cool.
EZFD. West Northwest.
It's a good channel.
West Northwest. EY.
They told me not to get too many options to be in a few trades. But then I wouldn't have
NEY. CNEY.
making up for the other stuff. Chevrons, 78 in profit.
LPTH.
West Northwest.
LPTH.
But hey,
West Northwest.
could get up more than that.
SD. TIGO. SD.
Oops, that pay for now. 1,200 bucks.
GRNT.
I have 800 bucks I could mess around with.
CNEY. NEY.
NEY. Should I get puts on CNEY?
CNEY.
It's probably going to get sold off. I bet I could make some money right now.
NEY. XCH.
Y'all keep talking about
CNEY. CNEY. CNEY.
CNEY.
Okay, I got you. You got me though? Cause I'm about to come up.
DVIA.
IRIX.
NXXT.
There's no options for this. NXX.
UNCX. MST.
Where do my options go?
INM.
SD. FTF.
I should have executed that when it was going up.
NXXT. NXXT.
NXXT.
POF.
Wow, this is going way
West Northwest. West Northwest.
Is that WNW?
West Northwest.
CRK.
No contracts. Because maybe it's too late in the day. That's strange, you got no contracts.
NXXT.
You got no contracts.
NXXT.
For any of these.
NXXT. NXXT.
NXXT.
I'm thinking about getting some of this. Did it go way down today?
NXXT.
NXXT. CRK.
West Northwest. West Northwest. Apps. West Northwest. NEY. JYD halted down on a circuit breaker. Shares falling here, down 26%. Juliet Yankee Delta.
JYD. This autocorrect is pissing me off. What does that mean?
INGN.
Time to buy?
MTVA.
Probably.
MTVA.
AFCG.
AFCG.
EXAI.
AFCG.
What's AFCG? Let's see.
XAI.
AFCG. Trying to buy some options, but all these tickers they're calling out got no options.
NXXT.
AFCG.
AFCG is blowing up. Let's see, and it has room to go. It was it was
CNEY.
It's been climbing up, but it doesn't look very promising.
CNEY.
Like it's already gone up plenty.
INM.
AFCG.
NXXT. MTBA.
HPK.
West Northwest.
MTVA.
MTBA.
MTVA. MTVA.
MTBA.
That's what I'm looking at.
MTVA.
MTVA.
NXXT. MTBA.
Metavia.
CODX. CODX.
Oh, that's a big pump. Went from a penny stock to the moon.
NXXT.
Should I get
NM.
another XLE?
MTBA.
MTVA.
MTBA.
MTVX. MTVA.
INM.
TRNR. TRNR. NXXT.
CNEY.
NXXT.
NXXT.
NXXT. RNR.
TBA.
I bet I could be in and out of this real quick. And even if I make like $10, be cool.
NFU.
AMST.
INFU.
Yeah, watch. I'm gonna get. Oh, I can't even. There's no options. What'd she say?
NXXT.
NXXT.
CDXT. TRNR. TRNR. FATN.
What's SPY at? Oh, it's
AMST.
12:30, and it's all
MSGY.
crap.
NXXT.
NXXT.
NXXT. NXXT. NXXT.
NXXT.
SPY.
NXXT.
What if I just bought some for right now? I'm gonna just go for it. Buy $100 of SPY right now.
XX.
Let me buy it. Turn on expression. They trade in this country.
CGCT.
AMST.
CGCT.
Turn on. I know. Dude, I was trying to buy it at $1 and now it's more. It's fine. I'm gonna put it at 1.
AMST.
ALLT.
1. Oh man.
ALLT.
It's going up. Okay, bye. Bye.
TRNR. TRNR.
INM.
Watch me come up real quick. Tonight. Oh no.
INM.
Wait. Oh,
LDT.
God, that was a terrible call. It was going up when I bought it.
INFU.
$100.
INFU.
There's a little bit of a resistance. That's why I looked promising. So I already even laid down that line because it's a significant pump.
EVC.
Here,
INFU.
that price point
PK.
back here
HBK.
is what triggered
EVLV.
squirt.
TRNR. TRNR. TRNR.
God, it's already down like 25. How is it down so quick?
MTVA.
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 Yeah, it's going up. I just needed something to
HBK.
take me over. I should get another one. I should have gone 2. Look at that. Oh my God.
NXXT.
Are you seeing that? I'm gonna buy
Yeah.
another one. Should I buy another one?
BDTX.
I need to buy another one. How much? 115. Still not that expensive. Let's buy another one. Oh man.
MST.
Come on, execute. It keeps going higher.
DNEY.
Yes, executed. It's trying to go up. Yep. Stay there. No. Yep. There you go. Keep going. You're good. Yep. Pump.
MTVA.
Pump. That was a last minute come up. There's like a few minutes left on the clock.
Frog.
And we managed to
GYS.
secure
Big spread.
a pump.
SUGP.
Nope, no red.
CODX.
No rojo. Verde, solo verde.
SUGP.
Oh.
West Northwest.
One.
INM.
EVC.
No, that's not a good sign. When you see a little green and a
UGP.
big red, that's a sign of disaster.
MBRX.
I should have just cashed out real quick, man. Why did I buy another one?
CODX.
EITL.
SUGP.
CLDT.
MTVA. SUGP.
NNVC.
NNVC.
I want to see it.
NNVC. NNVC.
I want to see it kiss that orange line and then bounce back up.
NNVC. ALLT. ALLT. ALLT.
NXXT.
That's nuts.
SUGP.
FATN.
Yeah, see, it doesn't like that line.
NXXT. NXXT.
NXXT. SUGP. NXXT. NXXT, another pop here, up 160% at the high. Remember X-ray, X-ray Tango?
Yeah, but how am I
VITL.
supposed to buy options?
INFU. BLFS. INFU.
NXXT. NXXT. GCTS.
DCTS.
EOAS.
CHL. HCHL.
NXXT. GHT. S Northwest.
Just all that ASTS.
NXXT.
FATN.
When I come back, that green better be over the orange line. Better.
BRCC.
IRIX. HCHL.
HCHL. AMST. IPWR. EZGO. AMST. CODX.
VC.
CODX. ENEY. IPWR. INM. GHT.
FATN.
WTF. Big spread.
Under the line, bro. I say it gotta be over when I get back.
AMST.
Those 2 spy options just went to crap.
BES. WTF. Big spread.
Do you have an actual ticker? Yeah. It's a financial company. And no options. Really disappointed in SPY.
CNEY. CNEY.
O's. IREX.
If I got puts.
CNEY.
Puts on SPY is
AFCG.
20 minutes.
AFCG.
NEY. AMST.
SMX. SMX.
Equity indexes are heading for a close in the red. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down a little over 0.5% at 49,410. S&P 500 down about 0.6%, lasting at 7,360. Nasdaq Tech Index down 0.75% at 25,890.
DS.
U.S. 10-year Treasury
SMX.
yield up 4
Big
basis
spread.
points at 4.663%. And WTI crude oil futures for June settlement falling back into the red, but still hovering around $108.60 per barrel.
EXYN. EXYN.
Another learning experience. College tuition.
EXYN. SMX.
My Chevron's been going up.
MTVA.
EXYN.
EXYN. XYN. I like that ticker. XYN. EXYN. Sounds like something else. Dude, I'm gonna have to figure out how to turn
SHMD.
off the autocorrect.
KNRX. OSG.
KNRX.
Rave.
SNAL. EDUP. INM.
That's silly.
SNAL. West Northwest.
I turn this off. How do I play my jam? Where's my jam? Let's just open up Suno.
Avu.
I didn't sell it.
CODX.
Force sell.
OFAL.
NN.
Also expires today.
FNWB. OFAL.
CNEY. NN.
Did I get 2 XLEs? Nice.
NN. AMST. Bill.
AMST. Sounds familiar.
AUX. Adil. NR. NXXT.
Okay. So today was pretty eventless. Aside from going up, going way down, and then breaking even, and then not. Be fine. We will be fine, I think. Can I say? Let me find my song. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? None of these guys are moving much. My top earners here. Sleep deprived, hungry, and pissed off. ASTS was doing so good. You know, we got it for another couple days. See how it goes. I think we'll be fine. I expect the pump. Uber's disappointing me, man. I had a lot of hope for Uber. I was really expecting Uber to make me proud. So far, it's just stagnant. Hovering at 74.50, 74.40. When really it should be at like 90. When really they say you shouldn't be staring at tickers like this, but I don't mind it if I'm up. So here, let me drag this over and show you guys. It's lagging. Why is it lagging? I don't have the news on. See how slow that is? I don't know if that's my internet or my computer. I have everything turned off. Okay, you see here everything that's in the green? Those are my top earners. God. Yeah, there's no recovering. I saw it made yesterday. That going too hard.
You keep your foot on the gas, even when the signs are red. Eyes on a broken horizon, hands full of borrowed threads. I can see from here, the split in the dust. One turn takes you farther, one turn turns to rust. Slow down, there's a fork in the road. You're gonna go down the wrong way. Slow down, there's a fork in the road. You're gonna trip along the way. Slow down, don't let it slip away.
It's about not pulling your profits.
Before you lose your name.
It's about missing out on pulling your profits. Look, Chevron was over $100. Now it's under $90.
You laugh like it won't matter. You go down the wrong way. Slow down, there's a fork in the road. You're gonna trip along the way. Slow down, don't let it slip away. Slow down, before you lose your name. Take the left with the broken fence. Take the right where the gravel bends. I'm not trying to hold you down. I'm trying to keep you here somehow. Slow down, there's a fork in the road. You're gonna go down the wrong way. Slow down, there's a fork in the road. You're gonna trip along the way. Slow down, don't let it slip away. Slow down, come back before you break.